a show, drift and go. Only speak cash, that dollar. Only dinero, if you wanna holla. She about a bag, Louis, Gucci, Prada. She only got time if you spend it on the green light. You the gotta show me it's alright. I just wanna make you feel alright. Green light. Green light. Baby, just slow it down. Red light. Cause you don't wanna take your time. Pedal to the floor. You don't wanna red light. You just wanna green light. Baby, just slow it down. Promise when I get it, it's for us. When we were struggling, they ignore us. Money ain't everything, but it tore us. Barely familiar, cause we don't know us. Put all this time in survival. Misunderstanding, we don't know love. I'm working hard to bring it home. Just had to be there, cause y'all don't know. I remember we ain't have enough ends to make ends meet. And the man won't wait till next week. Broke enough bread just to eat. I remember you would tell me to hold my hand, so I could see that there's nothing stopping me. I'm going for it all. Won't be long until the morning. I will not forget you. Oh, I'll be on my way back home in the morning. Ain't gotta worry about it. I will not forget you. Soon as I find my way back home in the morning. Had to get it on my own. Mama stressing, crying, feeling all alone. Just an adolescent, I was barely grown. I remember sleeping in somebody else's home. So every day I would wake up, put my best foot forward, praying everything would get better for us. I wake up to see how far we've come, cause I remember we ain't have enough ends to make ends meet. And the man won't wait till next week. Broke enough bread just to eat. I remember you would tell me to hold my hand, so I could see that there's nothing stopping me. I'm going for it all. Won't be long until the morning. I will not forget you. I'll be on my way back home in the morning. Ain't gotta worry about it. I will not forget you. No. Soon as I find my way back home in the morning.
1, 2, 1, 2. Check.
I'll be on my way back home in the morning. Ain't gotta worry about it. I will not forget you.
One more love track just for the record.
Back home in the morning.
When I look into your eyes, dear, it's got me holding back the dry tears. When I look into your eyes, when I look into those eyes,
Awesome!
When I look into your eyes, dear,
Let's
and
go!
I know that I'll be fine.
Awesome.
I can read between
I'm
the
excited
lines.
for today, as per usual.
When I look into those
Oh my
eyes,
goodness.
we could hit the sky if you want to. Say you wanna fly, then I got you. Tell me all your feelings, I got lost too. We don't need a thing when it's me and you. Need you to be real when it's real about you. I don't got the time to be playing with you. To be playing with you. To be playing with you. I don't care what they say. We don't gotta wait. We could fly away. Maybe I'm delusional, something out of usual. Maybe you're just beautiful, but all I know is when I look into your eyes, dear, it's got me holding back the dry tears. When I look into your eyes, when I look into those
Let's get to it.
When I look into your eyes, dear.
Oh my goodness. How are we doing today? We got some
This was a certified banger.
to listen to as per usual. Oh my goodness. Well, how is everybody doing today? We're here on a Friday, which should be the normal, but it hasn't been. Sorry about that. But what's the
This
normal?
was a certified banger.
Yeah, this week my class scheduled for their normal time. So sorry, last week I don't know if you guys saw, but my class decided to randomly last minute schedule my class during the live stream at 7:30. So I had to move the live stream so I could go to class. Sorry about that, guys. I'm sorry. Summer break just got done with classes this week. Hell yeah, doing good. You're gonna love what I have tonight. Let's go! Let's go! Like, oh my guy, I got a fucking novel for you to read today. Oh boy. No, that's okay. I don't care. Switch on the soundboard. Oh, you already know, dude. Oh, that's right. We got the soundboard going loud and clear. Awesome. Hell yeah. Summer break. So that's awesome. What's going on, Thunderdash? What's going on, Weekos? What's going on, Rubik's? What's going on, IHNN Show? What's going on, everybody? Oh yeah. We got a party over here. So, anything fun, anything exciting happened this week so far? I know we're only on Friday now, which usually I've been having to move it to, for some reason, I've been having to move the live to Saturdays and Sundays, but we make it work out here. That's what we do. I'm just pulling up the live on my phone just so I can easily read your messages and all that fun stuff. There we go. Oh my goodness, my hair's looking crazy, guys. Summer break isn't for another month for me. That's totally, yeah. It's weird that it's May already. Isn't that kind of crazy? That's kind of crazy. It's already May. It's May 8th. I remember being in high school and whatnot, and then summer break was like amazing because it's like you got all of July off, you got all of August off. You're like, whoa, and then you hate when September comes back, and you're like, well, shit. I took a crash course in production and mixing, and I'm officially taking over production and mixing duties for my cousin. Oh, really? Oh, shit. So how did that go? What DAW did you use, dude? Just out of curiosity. Dude, I'm retaking my musical therapy board certification exam. Best of luck. Best of luck. You got this. Hell yeah. That's really exciting. Logic Pro. Okay, Logic Pro. That's solid. Yeah, I don't have too much. I've dabbled in Logic. I only just got a Mac recently, so I've only been working off of Windows for so long, so I just never had the need to use or ability to use Logic like that. So I've been a Pro Tools guy. But Logic Pro is a great software. It's plenty is good. Let's see, I've been trying to make a loud master that sounds good. That's a challenge of all the -3. Damn, IHNN Show -3. You weren't kidding about loud. Damn, -3 is really loud. That's like Skrillex loud. It's been really easy to use. Yeah, that's yeah, it's like GarageBand on crack, which they built to be easy. It's just the shortcuts for me. Like if I try to use it, like the shortcuts are all like different in comparison to Pro Tools, and I just kind of don't know where the shortcuts are. I've been Studio One all the way. I know some people that swear by Studio One. I know some people that swear by it. What's going on, Brian? How we doing? Let's go! Hell yeah! -3, true -3 is crazy loud. Yeah, that's what we mix at. You mix at -3, loves. Damn, we ghosts. Your master's probably looking crazy over there. Damn, your master's probably looking crazy, dude. That's where you mix at? No shot. -3 loves. That's crazy. That's crazy. Well, we got, I use FL. FL is perfectly good too. They're all great. Bro, they are insane. How do you mix at -3 LUFS? Like you mix that loud? Damn, dude. Hey, your production class should have said, sir. Your production class, sir, should have said that you shouldn't be mixing that loud, sir. The queue looking like you are first today, Thundy the Griffin. You are first today. So far we have only 2 donation submissions, so it's you, then Aton, then we got the Discord subs, then we got the free submissions. That's the queue. OJ McBaggins! Hell yeah! The only software I have is FL Studio. I abuse my mouse to the loudest I achieve. Honestly, that's commendable, Brian. Especially like the soft clipper or like the fruity clip. I've heard like one awesome dude who submits to the live stream. Dude is sick. His name's Amute, and he loves the fruity clip, and he swears by it for the master. So, yeah. I don't know if you mess around with that, but yeah, dude. That's the thing. I'm not taking any class. I'm just doing it by ear, watching a whole bunch of videos. That's fine, dude. Fuck it. That's the best. Look, YouTube Academy exists. I found out people mastered to -14, then -6, and -9. I thought -3 was the norm. I had a song with 0 LUFS. How did you? That's just noise at a point, dude. 0. Damn. Yeah, I typically, my masters probably range from -9 to -6 or 5. That's like where I typically go at. I used to literally write scores using Finale. Dude, I used to write Note Flight, man. So I totally get it. Like, Finale was like the fancy version of what I used to use. Noteflight.com was my go-to, man. And I built like a little following on Noteflight back when I was younger, when I was in high school. I used it all the time. But then I stopped. Because then I started going into like music production stuff in college. But honestly, it's so great. I honestly am very thankful that I notated a lot of stuff on Noteflight, because I could look back and relearn some of the songs that I made, versus like now when I make a song, like trying to figure it out again is like, oh my goodness. They had us using that in elementary school. It was a great free resource. It was a great free reuse source. I did end up paying for it because I just used it so much. Soft clipper and emphasizer -1 to 0 is at best for me. I used to try 3 when I was starting, and I didn't know how to tame it down. Damn, -1. Damn, your guys' mixes, you be slamming them shits. We talking about loves here? We talking? Damn, -1 is crazy. Cakewalk 1.0, dude. I used to have Cakewalk. That was the first DAW I ever got, was Cakewalk. Fun fact. And I got that when I was probably in middle school. Yeah, no, I was in middle school. I had this small Behringer mixer that I got that was not grounded. It was the same. We went to like a local music store. They sold us Cakewalk, and then they sold us this Behringer mixer that when you plugged it in, if you pressed the screw by accident, it would shock you. So I stopped using it because I would just keep shocking myself, like, and it hurt a lot. Before I got Finale, I had blank staff book. I literally wrote notes. Yeah, I only used that for... I did have blank staff book too, but I mainly did that for drumming stuff. I did that. I didn't write necessarily pieces on the blank staff book, but I do have it somewhere, some staff paper. And I did that for music theory class too. We use staff book all the time. So, the Behringer escape plan. Yes! I started on GarageBand in high school. However, the version of GarageBand was very limited. Yeah, dude, GarageBand's completely different now. I used GarageBand in middle school. They just introduced the program in my school. It was a music tech class. It was taught by this one teacher. His name was Mr. Hyde. And dude, it was actually a big part of why I went into music technology, actually. He actually taught me how to record and all that in GarageBand. So, shout out to Mr. Hyde. Yeah! Absolute goat. He was amazing. We used to have to write short pieces. Everyone in concert band would have to play the sheet music. That's awesome, though, OJ McBaggins. That's amazing. I feel like that's some of the best way to learn is by doing that, you know? I don't know. I always found composing was like, Mr. Dude, no, you! I always found composing was like some of the best learning experiences that I've had personally. But yeah, no, let's get on with the lives for today. I don't want to keep you guys waiting. I got you. I got your submissions here, so we gonna start off from the top. Hold up. I'm just pulling up. I had your guys' submissions loaded up already, but it must have closed when I was loading up other things. But that's okay. We gonna load it up. Ready? Here we go. Oh, yeah. So, cool. I think we should be good, right? Let's see. I'm just double checking that we're good. It says Sweet Dreams Reimagined. So, let's see. Just making sure everyone can see this. I composed a piece for Fond Percussion. Oh, shit. Hell yeah. I could sight read like nobody's business. I used to be good at sight reading when I was in high school and early college, but then I started using DAWs, and I just haven't had to use the skill set. I just haven't had to use it. My dad didn't want me to pay for crap when I was starting off. He just found some random DAW called LMMS. It's because you don't know, like, I get it, because it's like you don't want to spend the money on something, and then you realize that you don't, like, actually like to do it, so it's just money down the drain. So it's one of those, you got to prove that you're actually going to do this more than just a day or two for me to spend money on this kind of thing, is what I'm assuming. 15 minutes. Yeah, in jazz class, we made us do 15-minute improv. That's honestly respect, dude. 15 minutes is brutal. I say this as I create a 60-minute freeform jazz fusion. Yeah, OJ McBaggins, you're one to talk, mister. I have tracks that are like 2 hours long, dude. It was a college-level class, so it wasn't insane or anything. And it didn't necessarily have to be musical. It just had to be interesting. For 15 minutes, be interesting is still tough. It's Q looking like I was thinking about donating because it's 2:30 a.m. Honestly, I don't have a lot here. I'm just Thunny the Griffin, Aton, than you guys today. The Discord subs, so we should be good. I think today's going to be a lighter day than usual. So let's get to it. Let me make sure you guys can hear it. I know Thundy, let's see, Thundy the Griffin wants me to read this as per usual. I got you. So let's get to it. So I had this project laying around, so I had to finish it. As simple as the progression to the original Sweet Dreams was, I still had fun with it. Semi-rounded progressions are fun to work with because they move according to the phrases. They take 8 bars to complete and usually land on the 4 chord at the start of the 5th bar. I use this to modify the progression since the original stayed on the 1 1 4 1 1, then you got the 6 5. Yeah, Oh my goodness, it says it right here. If I just read the next thing, sorry. The progression. Anyways, hope you enjoy. Look, I have to say Sweet Dreams is probably like, it's a very nostalgic track for me. So I am a big fan. So I'm excited to hear this. What's the time? What time is it for you? For me, it's it's 7:30 for me. Oh shit! Who was that? Who was that? Was that? Hold on, it didn't show. Oh, thank you, DJ Clamor. You rock, dude. Yeah! So I'll put you higher in the queue today. I got you, DJ Clamor. And my cat's also excited. I don't know if you hear him. Sweet Dreams. Let's get it. Let me know if you guys can hear this. It should be fine. Thank you. How cool. That was Sweet Dreams Reimagined by Thundy the Griffer. Let's go. Oh, yeah.
This was a certified banger.
How fun. Yeah, honestly, yeah, love the rendition. What you should do, dude, like when you post this eventually, like, because I think, or this is, because I know you also put this on Bandcamp too, if I'm not mistaken, but tagging them. Try tag. I know it. I knew it's. I tried. It starts with an EU or something like that. What's? I always blank on how to say their names. Eurythmics. Yeah, Eurythmics. Maybe even try tagging them when you post it. It could be really, really cool. Maybe you can get one thing about like when you do like renditions like this or covers. Like sometimes you could tag the original artist. and they can hear it, and then they'll be like, "Oh, that's so cool," and repost it, and you get some exposure. Some free earned media would be super fun. Oh, it serves eerily similar. Yeah, because I also remember one of the. I know Marilyn Manson also did a cover of this song too. Like I just love this song. Sweet dreams are made of these. It's so spicy. It's just the synths in the original is so fun that so this to me it's very nostalgic because it was like one of the songs that my mother used to like blast in the car because she really loved like club music or like 90s club music and 80s club music. So production-wise, yeah, super as per usual. I really love those percussive elements. They're very drastic in a good way. The dramatic is probably the better word for it. Dramatic is there. That's the word. I used both Liquors and Requiem choirs. Solo male tenor voice came from Requiem, and the motion synth from the. Oh, really? The more you know. What synth did you said the motion synth? What did they use? I'm so curious. I don't know off the top. Sweet Dreams synth. What was the synth that they use? So, that they used. So, let's see. Gearspace. Dave had a SH09 and a CSQ100. As for Sweet Dreams was recorded back, and a Juno 6. How cool! The more you know. I would never have known. How cool! So it was released in 1983 by RCA Records. Cool. So. Overall, yeah, I love the orchestral version, the reimagining of it. I think you did a great job as far as, like, the melody isn't exactly the same, which is cool, but it's on the money as far as like. The Juno, that's a huge classic synth. Yeah, dude, there used to be when I worked at Guitar Center, we had a Juno in there. And it was like $4,000 in there. It was used, obviously, because it's an old synth. And on my breaks, I used to just go around and mess with the ARP on it and just go crazy on the Junos. Truth be told, I didn't want the melody. That's what I figured. I figured you didn't want to be on the same. That was my guess. Yeah, I love those kind of stabs with the vocals. Nice triplet feel, large drums. Yeah, and the guitar, the distortion that kind of fades out a little bit at the end. Like, as far as like critiques go with this, I'd say in the mixing. So some of the things in the mixing. So I think you can get some more oomph out of this guitar here at the very end. Some more low mids in there. I think you can get some more beef in that. That's so. I love the pitch bend kind of going down to the. Oh, of course it's. There we go. That's C sharp at the very end. Yeah, I think you can get some more beef out of that. I would like a little bit more pluck out of those. Bloom, 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 bloom. Almost like a little bit more of that transient information there. It gets a little bit lost in the mix just to give it some more expression. Really cool panning. part's cool. Honestly, you could probably turn down that pan shaker thing a hair just to give a bit more room for the other stuff, because that cuts through perfectly fine, I think. I think a bit more separation with the horns and that snare there. They're both sitting in this kind of low mid area. Honestly, you could probably cut some of those low mids out of the snare. Super fun. Love it. There was something in the beginning too. Where was it? Right there. Right there. Just be careful. That's the extra note in there at the 11-second mark. Let's see. Let me check. I didn't see what you were saying. My bad. I got in the zone. To be told, yeah. It was actually a custom lead synth of mine. Oh shit! So I'm assuming that's this part right here. So small drop of slap back and the bump up. Yes, a little bit more of that initial transient, and maybe you could even use like a transient shaper on it. If there isn't a lot of this initial pluck that comes with the string section, or you could layer it with another one that has more of this bloop bloop sound in the beginning and just tuck it in the mix. Sometimes that's what I'll do if I feel like I like the sound of the strings, but I don't like the attack of it. Sometimes I'll layer it with another string that has a lot of attack and then lower the sustain a lot and then tuck it in the mix, just to give it some attack. The shaker is actually... Oh, really? Legato strings using the bow more percussively. The more you know. How cool. I would have never guessed that in a million years, Thunderdash. I genuinely would have never guessed that. That's a MIDI roll, so that's an easy fix. Oh, yeah, I'm sure, yeah. That's a 2-sec. You literally go in there, double click, and boom, it's fixed. What else is there to say, though? Like, it's a cool rendition of Sweet Dreams. It sounds great. I think it sounds nice and full. I think there's those small mixing changes, and it sounds like a great rendition. What else am I going to say? Like, it sounds great. Super fun. Let me know when you post this, like, when it's out officially, please. Because this is something my mother would like. Because it's one of those like iconic songs that I grew up with, and it's very nostalgic for me. So thank you for sharing. That's a lot of fun. How fun. We start off the stream strong. I'm just always happy to hear everyone's stuff. You guys are awesome, as we should. Please do. Yes. So yeah, everybody, you rock. So we do have next in line is Aton. So we got Aton, so I'm gonna let it rock. Let's go. He sent it via DMs. So we're gonna keep looking at Sweet Dreams Reimagined as we listen to Aton's song. As we queue up Aton's song. So it says total rough draft. So this is 1.4 smooth dissonance. So this is a rough draft. So here we are. Yeah, have a good one, Thunderdash. Appreciate you for sticking around, dude. You rock. Whoa. That was Aton!
This was a certified banger.
Smooth dissonance. You can definitely instantly hear an Aton bass line. Yeah. He likes to boom, boom, boom. And he loves holding out those really, like, you can tell Aton's writing because he likes to take, Weird Ghost is like, somebody say dissonance. He's like, ba, 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 and he just goes ham on the screams. So, yeah, Aton absolutely killer chord progressions. Like, it's so Aton coded, because Aton, you can tell when he puts like a chord, like he makes sure that you sit in that weird chord. Like, he makes sure, like with his productions, that when he changes a chord from what would be the norm, right? Because he leads you up to kind of expect a chord that's going to happen, but Aton loves to have a bunch of those, like you ever see that meme where there's the car that has to swerve into the other lane? What is that? With that meme with the car, it was a swerve. It's like that. Hold on, this is Aton doing his little chord changes. Aton driving the car. This is listening to an Aton track. He takes you off the freeway and onto an exit that you don't expect, and you're like, oh shit. But then you realize you were going the right way. What's going on? Welcome back, Penguin. If I said, ooh, I like that a few times during that. Yeah, right. Yes, absolute vibe. Yes. Feels a bit robotic at the end there, but very cool. I think it's because Aton, it's on the earlier, I can tell it's the earlier stage of an Aton track when it has one in the beginning of it, because Aton tracks usually by the end of it are like 5.9 or like something like that. He's on, doing good. How are you, Mr. Penguin? So you can tell Aton is still working on it. Yeah, maybe humanizing some of the MIDI towards the end there. That's easy done. So car didn't take the exit, it took a scenic route. That's right. It just took it dramatically, a really dramatic turn to a scenic route. Yeah, it knew the whole time, Brian, that it knew the whole time when we were listening to that track that it was going to eventually turn that. It just was going too fast. That's all. It didn't have time to or lost control a little bit. But it lost control in like the positive way is you lose control when you listen to a song, you lose control of your mind, and it takes you on a journey. A good lose control, not the lose control where you're now in the psych ward kind of lose control. Big difference. Not too far from the same though. So overall, I think the production really cool. Love the key line. The bass line is saucy. I would say the main things is some of the mixing stuff. I would say some more high end on the track in general. I feel like the high ends. One thing that I see that Aton tends to do is Aton, your tracks tend to be a little bit almost muffled sounding a bit, and I think it might be whatever EQ you might put on certain things, or maybe you don't like enhance some of the high end of things, or maybe you just don't like the highs, but we need some of the highs back. We need some of the highs back, because that's how it gets to cut through the mix, and it gives us this nice sheen on the top end. So having this really nice, like, beautiful, hold on, I'll download it illegally by downloading I find that I illegally download Aton's tracks the most because for some reason it's because you make it easy by giving me the files these days. So I'm gonna bring in Aton's track into like let's see, we'll do TDR Nova because it's free. So let's get it. Bum, 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 bum. We'll have this. See, you're not really getting like a lot of this information in the upper mids. It's very bottom heavy, the mix in general. So what we could do is we could take some saucy. Let's see, we got UAD. Do I got the UAD stuff on here? Wow, wow, woo, woo. I love this plugin. Does it allow me to use it? Yeah. So what if we just raise from like, make it a little wide. See, notice like, it kind of comes to life a little bit more like a hair. Honestly, you could probably it needs a little bit of these highs, and by a little bit I mean I'm boosting a lot of these highs. So let's hear a little bit more stuff. Raise this more. I'm like cranking the highs on this. Notice the difference. Like when I take it off, it feels like it's muffled a little bit. Like, but when I put it back in, the highs come back in, or like it kind of breathes a little bit of life in there. See how flat it sounds like before the EQ? Like, I think even a bit more like mids in general too. If we put an SSL in it. Put like an SSL on there. I really love me an SSL. Oh yeah, I don't have it on this computer, sorry. What do I have on this computer? Honestly, I could just use DR Novas. I just won't color it as much. This before. After. You can put a little bit of a Oxford. Do a little bit of this Oxford on that sauce. Thing about this is like it does like the Oxford, if you like drive it a little bit, it gives a bit of this like, see, it says to be deliberately overdriven. Like if you want it to be a little saucy, if you don't like that drive, you can lower this down so it doesn't clip the master bus, and you can drive the effect a bit more. Spam analyzer, correction. I just use my ear. I don't know. these Pro L, and then for the metering, I like using Pro L too. Because you can now like drive a little bit more. Just have it chilling. Literally have it chilling. What's going on, Magic Jones music? Let's go. Yeah, Aton's a beast. This is before. So what I did was brought in some of the highs, a little bit of mids, put a little bit of clipping, and then put a little bit, just literally limited it, and then nothing crazy. You could probably limit it slightly more if you want to go ham, but yeah, you get the idea. Cool. Yeah, that's really like the main things I would do for the mixing. Nothing like super crazy. Just literally boosting a tiny bit of the mids around like the 700 hertz area. Some of the highs, like a lot of the highs, I boosted a lot of like 8K and higher. Honestly, I did like a high shelf where I boosted that range probably around a significant amount, and then I did just some slight mastering things, nothing crazy. Just like a quick, like, I just threw on a limiter, basically. And, yeah, that's really all I would do. I hope that's helpful. Like, composition-wise, I think it's exciting. I think it's just a matter of just brightening up the mix. And you got yourself another record. I know Aton. I know it. Knowing Aton's not satisfied with this. I just have a feeling because Aton likes to add a bunch of layers on things. And knowing Aton's like, wait, it's gonna be like completely rearranged, which is really funny because it's always really fun seeing the journey of an Aton song, because it'll start something like this and then it has a completely different way it starts, and then there'll be like a large part of this will be there still, but it'll be like a good like 10 more layers on top of it, and then it's rearranged. And Aton's like, now it's where it needs to be. And honestly, I respect it. Electric Panda! Oh my goodness! How have you been, dude? Oh my goodness! Absolutely legend! But yeah, that's really all I got. Thank you so much, Aton. You absolute legend. Electric Panda, oh my goodness. Dude, I hope all is well with you, man. Oh my god. I'm seeing a lot of people I haven't seen in a little bit. Oh my goodness. I hope everyone's doing good. I have so many songs, dude. I believe it. I know you're the guy who's got like countless records going on. Absolute legend. So we have DJ Clamor of going on here. So this is I'm Scared by DJ Clamor. This is a demo 3, so it says, not properly mixed. I have some problems with the overall levels of the song. The simples get tucked behind everything, and overall guitars sound pretty shit. That's okay. If I turn down the vocals, you can't understand anything. If I turn them up, you can't hear anything in the background. Help me, Corey. That's okay. That's okay. It's ready to kick back, but can she? Okay, I got you. Let's hear it. Let's... How cool. Very original stuff. We got DJ Clamor, I'm Scared. This is demo 3. This is very different than a lot of the stuff you've submitted. Like, I'm not used to this, DJ Clamor. This is so different than your other stuff. But I'm here for it. DJ Clamor's like, save me, the mix is driving me crazy. Dude, so I have an idea as to why that you're suffering with this. It's because, dude, the production is so much fun. It's all over the place. There's a lot of chaotic stuff going on. There's a lot of these competing layers. The problem with the mix here is there's a lot of these highs that are in the mix and a lot of these other things, and your vocals are sitting at the very same frequencies as the guitar, the top end of the guitar, and what you're getting is this frequency masking with your vocals, and I can hear that you're boosting the vocals in volume to cut through, but you're still, like, the vocals right now are sitting on top of the track, and what I would suggest for you to do is try a different amp. Try a different amp and try a different cab for the guitars, dude, because right now that's the biggest issue that you have going on is the amp and the cab, right? Like the tone of the guitars is in the same frequency space that your vocal screams are. Like you're I'm scared, because you have this very like emo-y, for lack of a better word, like tone that you have that's a bit on the nasally side, right? Just because that's just the nature of the style of the vocal in comparison to other styles of vocals, right? And it typically sits in the upper mid frequencies, right? And the guitars, that fundamental like grit and distortion sits around that 4K to 6K range, typically. Yeah. So I think that, DJ Clamor, the main thing is you have to use a different amp sim, because the amp sim that you're using is clashing, and you might need to use one that's more mid-heavy, like one with less top end. Like, think more like British amp instead of like so solid statey, like solid statey sounding. Like, think more like British tone, because that typically is more mid heavy, like the low mid heavy, and usually a bit like heavier on the low mids than on the highs. And then what you would do is it would definitely thank you so much. Who was that? It's not showing, the bot's not showing me. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much, Dull Roots. You rock. Submitted a free song. No, you submitted a paid one just now. Thank you. So just letting you know, I do have a cue here, so I'll put you, Dull Root. You rock, dude. What's going on? Oh shit, over there on Twitch. Okay. Hello over there. Surprise, absolute legend. So yeah, number one thing I would recommend you to do is mess around with different tones for the guitars. Electric Panda says dual rectifier would be great, or trip rectifier. So try that. Test it out. See it through. I think that would give you a lot more separation from the vocals, so the vocals would be able to cut through and you could have the guitars fill in the blanks more. Yeah, because now the guitars feel a bit weak, and that's definitely what it is. I would love more of that sound. Absolute legend, welcome to YouTube. I usually tell people to join us on YouTube. I didn't notice you were on Twitch. I'm so sorry. So cool. Like, I love those. Na, 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 na. Those are a little bit loud, though. I would still turn that down a hair. The drums, maybe turn down the cymbals a hair. I like that clean kind of bass. Bass is cutting. Yeah, now it's the vocals are cutting through fine. It's the guitars that are the problem here in the mix. That's really all I would say, DJ Clamor. I think the guitars really, once you get the guitar tone, right, mess around with the guitar sim and until you find one where it fills up that those low mids and mid frequencies without sacrificing clarity in the vocals. And I think you're there, dude. Like, I think you're overthinking it a little bit. Just mess around with the guitar tone, and I think you're good. Straight up, dude. Sounds great. I love the creativity. How fun that like. This is one of the most creative ones you've submitted. That is a fun track. So best of luck. Yeah, I like try what Electric Panda said. Cool. So we got, appreciate you, DJ Clamor. So next we got, let's see. Of course, dude. We got Brian. So let's get it. I'm pulling up dude's track. Brygar. 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 Oh shit, hell yeah, dude. Let's go. So this Felt So Real, final version 2. Just need some help with the final touches. Vocal is done by me. I ran it through the audio me because I felt it deserves more of a female vocal than mine. Totally cool. Let's run it. So let's get to it. Nice synth already.
You were laughing in the passenger seat, street signs sliding over your face. I remember talking like we had time, like nothing could get in the way. You kept playing songs off your phone. Half the words you got them wrong. I didn't say it out loud back then, but I knew I would hold on. Maybe I read too much and maybe you were passing through, but that night had a way to it, and I know you felt it too. This felt so real. The way you said my name that night, like you were not just passing through, like maybe I got something like this. Felt so real. Now it keeps me up there too. I know it's done, but I still come back to you. This felt so real. Quiet too fast. I still check my phone sometimes, like your name might light it up right when I am doing fine. I have tried to call it what it was, just a moment, just a phase, but that does not fit the way it sits or how it stays. Maybe I read too much and maybe you were passing through, but that night had a way to it, and I know you felt it too. This felt so real. The way you said my name that night, like you were not just passing through, like maybe I got something like this. Felt so me, made the whole thing clear. Not forever, not a promise, not a perfect movie scene. Just a moment, still I swear you meant more than it should mean. This felt so real. The way you said my name that night, like you would not just pass it through. Like maybe I got something like this. Felt so real. Now it keeps me up at 2. I know it's done, but I still come back to you. This felt so real. This felt so real. I know it's done. This felt so real.
Cool. That was This Felt So Real Final Version 2 by Brygar. Oh yeah.
This was a certified banger.
Nah, yeah, for real. Dang, this mix clean as fuck. Yeah, dude. Yeah, production is fantastic. The synths sound massive. The drums are knocking, which is awesome. The drums super up front. The bass really pumping. I love the side chain sound that you have going on. It's awesome. Vocals nice and up front in the mix. The vocal takes as well are super solid. The overall, I know that you said that you use Audio Me for the vocals, so the synth that like arpeggio sounds so good. The mixing, everything sounds full. The highs sound really sheen. Like there's nothing that's like harsh, I would say, in the mix. The mids sound really nice and warm. The bass sounds really nice and full. I think it sounds great, dude. As far as like the final touches, so there's a small things that I would do a little bit differently in the mix, and it is like straight up like dude, this if you literally put it out like this, like it sounds fine, dude. I feel like sometimes in our heads like we overthink things, and I can say for sure that I'm definitely one of those people too. So I totally understand. Like this sounds ready to go, man. Like small things in the mixing, what I would do. So first things first, I would tuck the delays. Maybe it's a personal taste of mine. The delay of the vocal, the ping pong delay, slightly lower in the mix, just so it's more felt than heard. The vocal feels a little bit like it's almost like dipped a bit in these upper mid frequencies. Like I would like some more presence on the vocal. It feels like the vocal, maybe even some more saturation on the vocal in general, because it feels a little bit flat the way the vocal sounds currently, and I feel like the vocal tone wise could use a little bit more sauce on it. And you could get that, I feel, with using like a preamp emulation, just to really drive it a little bit into like a vocal pre, maybe like a Neve or a Neve emulator, or like I just got the Manly Vox box that I think is pretty saucy. I just invested in this Apollo quad unit. I haven't put it into my whole setup yet because I need a Thunderbolt 2 wire, which no one sells for some reason. But I just got this Apollo, and I just bought the Manly Vox box plugin, and I've been using it without the Apollo. It's pretty saucy. But something like that, where you could get some more analog saturation on the vocals, just to give it some more harmonics in the upper mid frequencies and the highs. So it can help. I feel like that would help liven up the vocals and make it pop more. Because right now it feels like the vocals aren't like as warm and present as that I would like them to in the mix.
Much, and maybe you were passing through, but that night had a way to it, and I know you felt it.
I think balancing is fine. And one of the last things that I heard in the mix, there was this one section, it was like, where is it?
This felt so real. I've had enough, almost enough nights that displease. And I'm still I swear you meant not just passing through.
There's a part where the toms got a little bit muddy in one of these parts. I don't remember exactly what it was.
Till I know it's done,
Right there. Just be careful of the low mids of those toms there. In that, specifically in the 3 minutes and 2, just because there's a lot. I think it might be like overlapping with a kick or something, where it gets this like this a little bit of this like ness to it. Vocal used to be too loud. I had it toned down, bring up the effects a bit. I could bring some vocal presence back without overtaking with sausage fattener, but I don't know if that's good. I personally wouldn't use sausage fattener for that. I would use something like a hold on, I'll show you. I would use something like, I'm trying to think if there's free versions. If you have the wave stuff, like nonlinear sum is really, really nice. NLS is really nice. Hold on. You could use something like this if you have waves, if you have like the waves bundle or something like that. Nonlinear sum, you could use the Neve on this, which sounds really nice. This side, if you use the Neve, you can use the drive and bring it up a little bit. Oh, I forgot to turn off the high pass at the top. Totally fine, dude. Yeah, something like the Neve, like a Neve on this. Like Universal Audio sometimes has like some really cool stuff, just for preamp. I'm sure there's probably free versions out there of some of the stuff, so be on the lookout for that. I know that, like, for example, if you get like the Neve, sometimes the Neve 1073, no, it's just Neve Pre, not the 1073. It's literally called Neve Preamp. That's like $50, and all it is literally this. All it is, it's literally just a preamp, and it's got and it sounds great if you just drive it with vocals, or like Manly also has the Manly channel strip is on sale, but the tube preamp, this preamp sounds great as well. It's just like $30. It's like, it sounds great. But something like this, like, you don't necessarily, they might have a free preamp. Where is it? 8 free plugins. Tube band, plate reverb, Polymax, the Sentry tube. The thing is, like, I like the sound of the Sentry tube, but it introduces like noise. I feel maybe if, like, sometimes it introduces like this noise floor. I don't know if maybe it's just me, but I feel like it introduces a noise floor inside of it. Maybe that's just me. Does anyone else hear this? I'm trying to see how. I'm gonna look it up. Hold on. Sentry tube channel strip. Sentry tube channel has noise. Produced is because emulates. Oh yeah. Okay. So I'm not crazy. Managed by reducing input gain, adjusting high-low settings. Okay. Yeah, but try it. Try this. It's free. Sentry tube channel strip. Try running it through this. Like, it emulates like the tube pre's, a tube preamp that could give you those like high things, and it has an opto compressor built into it, so, which is really sick sounding. So I made a tube preamp patcher preset of Sentry a couple buds bath with a noise control. Hey, oh yeah, hell yeah, dude! Try it. Try it on the vocal. I think it could be. I think it'll help the vocal pop. It needs something to bring a little bit of this warmth and character to it. If you bring something like this on it, it'll help it cut through the mix more. And this, because at times, look at how bad I spelled Century, Centery. What was I doing? What was I doing, dude? Because there's small amount of times where the vocals kind of get a little bit buried, just a tiny bit. And I think that having some of those harmonics brought into the vocals without adjusting the volume itself, because I like where the vocals are sitting. I wouldn't adjust the volume. And yeah, dude, that's what I would do personally. I think it sounds great. That's all I got for you, man. Like, it sounds fantastic to me. It's funny. I remember you from the sunglasses, dude. Like the blue and the sunglasses, man. Like that's an iconic duo right there. Hell yeah, dude. Honestly, it's so. Was that like so for the glasses? Did you? Is it like a glow in the dark? That like how did you? Is that you put it on negative? Like what's the story? I'm just curious. Like it looks cool. We're back at it again. Yes, we are. Oh yeah. Probably could find and reinstall the real version. Yeah, why not? Whichever. Like it. Like and then you might already have like a preamp that you own already. If not, like it's a good. It's solid. It's free. Free is the best price. You know. So that's what I always say. Free is the best price, dude. So try it. If it doesn't work, then fuck it. If not, you could always like put a distortion. Sometimes, like for example, Pro Tools has. I'll put sometimes. Pro Tools has like a literally a plugin called Lo-Fi, and it has a distortion on it, and the distortion sounds so good on vocals. Like a tiny bit of it. Like if you put it on like 0.3 on a vocal, it just makes it sound really nice, like a preamp almost. And then there's also, if you could look out, there's a thing called like Black Box plugin that comes with from Plugin Alliance. I believe it's free. There's sometimes it's offered for free, so be on the lookout for this. Sometimes it's offered for free if you own this. You may already have this, but there's been times where this goes on for free. The saturation in the air on this plugin sounds really good. So you just have to make sure that, yeah, you turn on the saturation here, and then turn on the air. Yeah, turn on the in and out, yeah. And mess around with that. You can get some really nice saturated tones, because this also emulates tubes. So check that out. You might be able to find this for free. Sometimes it's literally on for free. I don't know if it is now, but be on the lookout for that. Cool. Thank you so much. You rock. I just drew the green glasses on my pick and put a glow on it. Also for the vocals, I have a bunch of plugins I haven't installed back yet. So I transferred from my computer to Mac. Yeah, I just had to do the same thing. Like literally when I do these lives, it's on my old PC. And I'm going to be switching to my Mac to do these lives soon. I literally just got this Apollo interface. So I wonder if I could show you guys. This would be like a fourth wall break, guys. If you were to see this, that'd be crazy. Wait. I literally just got this like Apollo interface. You see this right here? And I'm like super excited to like get it to work. Let's see. Boom. There we are. Yeah. I just got this rack, and I'm so excited to use it. And it's Thunderbolt, so I have to use it on my Mac, and I'm gonna set up and figure out how to do the live off my Mac using this on top of it. It's gonna be fun. Hell yeah. But anywho, yeah. Wow, my camera's like now looking at the ceiling. Hold on. My bad, guys. There we go. That's better. Awesome. Just drew the green yeah, hell yeah, dude. Yeah, sent you a novel on SoundCloud. Okay, hell yeah. I got you. I got dual. So I'll put you on the list, dude. Hold up. But first we got Dull Root submitted. So Dull Root will be next. So thank you so much, Brygar. Hope that's helpful, dude. We got Dull Roots next. Oh yeah. That's right. We're hoping to get thoughts on this. It'll be the first single of re-recording, remixing of the upcoming EP. Hell yeah. Oh, thank you so much, Hero. You rock, dude. Hold up. I'll put you up. Hold up. I got you, bro. So we just did Brygar. So, appreciate you, dude. So we got Hero. Boom. Hiroyuki. I always found it so cool, like people from around the world, because it's the different the different currencies and all that are so cool to me, and how they work. So we got Dull Roots. This is Gloomy. So this is, I just want to make sure that I read this. So we're hoping to get thoughts on this. It's our first single since we're thinking of re-recording for an upcoming EP. Okay, so just to get a little bit of backstory, Dull Roots. So this is a song you guys already put out, but you're debating whether or not you want to put recording or re-record and remix it. Is that what you're saying? Because then, just so I have a bit more context as when I'm listening to the track. Bum, bum, bum. It's a beautiful day. Yep, okay. Got you. Cool. Let's hear it. This is Roots. Dull Roots. Gloomy. Thank you so much, Richard Panda.
Feel my heartbeat in my hands. Everything comes back into focus, and I let go of my steering wheel. Watch the waves come in and out. Regulate my breath. Focus on the rain that's soaking me from head to toe. Are you above me, or am I just lower than I've been riding on? All my skies keep turning gray. All my skies keep turning
Hell yeah, that was Gloomy by Dull Roots. Ooh, nice ending. I'm assuming that goes into another track. Let's go!
This was a certified
How
banger.
cool! Really nice. I love the first off the breakdown kind of thing at the end there. Vocals are really nicely recorded. Let's go. The overall, yeah. Electric Panda says it would be on my wife is mad at me, so I'm going to take the dog for a walk playlist. Let's go. Overall, yeah, absolutely love the track. Yeah, it's the kind of track that you scream the overall that you scream the lyrics to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, we need some spin kicks going on during that one section towards the end. Let's go.
Watch the waves come in and out.
Yeah, I love the snare sound is really nice and punchy. Yeah.
Regulate my breath. Focus on the rain.
Yeah, I think it's worth redoing another mix on it if you feel like it. What about it makes you want to re-record it? Just out of curiosity, like I just want to like pick your brain, like why do you want to redo it? Just out of curiosity, like if you want to re-record it or like what's your headspace? Just made some Midwest emo stuff today. Should have donated that, but you really enjoy the new. But you could just swap out the song, man, if you want. It's totally fine. Spin kicking or twerking, I'll be doing either or. Honestly, they're interchangeable, dude. Interchangeable. Twerking and spin kicking, interchangeable, man. So yeah, as far as like critiques go for this, there's some slight things I would do a little bit differently in the mixing. This was our first attempt. We want to get live drums on it. Okay. We also like to reamp the guitars to some stuff that we're using live now. Okay, that makes sense. I would say like the first thing to me that I would say about the mix is that I like that the bass is cutting through, but the bass, it feels like the whole mix is a little bit top heavy currently, and I would like some more fundamentals in the low mids and the bass in general. What's going on, Zorg? I would like some more oomph in some of those lower end, like because the guitar tones itself feel a little bit tinny. So getting some more of that low mid oomph, that low mid sauce, just to fill out some of the track would go a long way. Yeah, the bass is very clanky on the like the higher end of things, but you're losing a little bit of that oomph, that sub frequencies in the mix that the bass could bring, and that could be some compression, some like I like to multiband compress the how to keep the guitars bright without going tinny. A lot of it's EQ, so that's the thing, like keeping it bright without going tinny is it's tricky. You have like a big part of it's tone shaping with EQ. I feel a lot of it's tone shaping EQ. Sometimes multiband compression could be really nice. So a lot of like most of the time the problem areas of a distorted guitar tends to be in the 4 to 6K area, like in the distortion. So when you have like heavily distorted guitars, typically it's like in the 4 to 6K area. That's funny because I don't know if you know Joey Sturgis is, but dude had a funny plugin. He had a plugin that was like called what was it? It was like it was called like what was it called? Hold on, Desucculator. It was called like was it Desucculator? Wait, it was one plugin where it was really funny because all it did was just cut out 4K out of a guitar. all it did was just cut 4K, and that's all the plugin did. And it was like kind of a meme plugin for a bit. And because let me try. Hold on, I'm gonna illegally download your song. Please don't sue me for illegally downloading your music real quick. Will it allow me to do this? Hold on. It might not. It might not allow me to illegally download your song. Hold on. So I can put it in. Let's see. Form and shift. Come on. You got this. You got this. All right. Yeah. No, it did. We're good. Sorry. I mean, I completely got your song the legal way. And I will be putting it in my DAW. Hold up. It's like it's on Bandcamp for free, to be honest. Well, we already went through all that. It's all right. No worries. Yeah, that's where I got it from, was Bandcamp. Allegedly. So, okay, I have your record here. So a lot of the time, so it's just loading up. Don't mind me. I don't usually use Ableton like that, so forgive me if I'm a little bit trash in Ableton. So I'm gonna play. Hold on. Like that vocal can cut through a little bit more.
Everything comes back into focus, and I let go of my steering wheel. Watch the waves come in and out. Regulate my breath.
I'll get some more
Focus, eyes keep turning gray.
This is usually like the icky frequencies, or like these.
When there's nothing left to say, 'cause I'm done pretending that we got a happy ending. Right here at this light that's ending. At least that I never gave up. No, 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 I never gave up. Spending all my time concocting lines, convincing you I'm fine. Sick of the goddamn rain. One more week, one more paycheck, God, I just and running out of excuses to do anything for myself. I need help. I'm just trying to be someone I can be proud.
I forgot I had MIDI of piano here. Sorry.
Lines convincing you.
Before. After.
Feel my heartbeat in my hands. Everything comes back into focus, and I let go of my steering wheel. Watch the waves come in and out. Regulate my breath. Focus on the rain that's soaking me from head to toe.
You can even get more drastic with that reverb effect.
Are you above me, or am I just lower than I've been
Before. After.
Spending all my time
Before.
concocting lines, convincing you I'm fine. I'm just sick of the goddamn
Actually, I realized I could do this. Before.
One more week, one more
After.
paycheck. God, I just need a weekend. Running out of excuses to do anything for
So see how I'm just like I'm boosting some of the bass frequency. Honestly, you could probably even go lower because
someone I can be proud of. I'm just trying to save a brighter side of life. Anything I can hold on to. Oh God, I'm desperate for something new. Writing
yeah.
out of my anchor chain. Hold me down, reset me. Are you above me or am I?
Before. After. Before. Before. After. Woo! Steal my settings. There you go. Let's go. That was yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Steal the settings. Literally these EQ bumps, these small bumps, 70 hertz. I'm doing this. I'm boosting a lot. I'm doing a high shelf, making sure to tame this 4K as I'm boosting. Boosting a little bit of 400, boosting a decent amount of, so around 3 dB, and then I'm using a little bit of this clipper, JST. It's really softy. It's built for this stuff. So yeah. Steal my settings. Have fun. Dude, that song sounds killer, man. Hell yeah. I really like that song. I don't know if you could tell. That was Dull Roots. I hope that's helpful, dude. He's like, yeah, we're about to yoink these. That's why I be doing these lives, man. I try to make it so like anyone could just literally just take what I did and just apply it. I just put this on the master. Honestly, like this is just like that was mastering kind of. I just did like a little bit of mastering, but if you're going to boost these, like it would be beneficial doing these. This would be for the bass guitar. Like you could do this. I was looking more for the guitars. So you could put that on your guitar bus. It's just like a little bit of bump around that 400 range, maybe even a tiny bit of those lows. Like, and then just in general on the master, like just bring in some more highs in general in certain parts, and tame the 4K area. I tamed about like 4,448. So yeah, cool. Thank you. I hope that's helpful, dude. Hell yeah. Jews also educated. Thanks so much. We go chilling. New music to listen to for a while. No, hell yeah, dude. Like, that's why I love doing these. It's so much fun. Like, it's fun for me to listen to everybody's stuff. Like, I'm having a blast. So you guys make the show at the end of the day. So we have Hiroyuki Orion Happier. Okay, cool. So we are going to take a listen to this. Let's get it. Let's see, just making sure I figure out. So we've got some lyrics on the bottom. Let's get it. For context, this is even older than the last one I sent. This is also out on all streaming platforms. My most successful track so far. So hell yeah. Excited. Let's run it. I love, we've been getting a lot of this, like, kind of, like, more on the rock metal side of things. So, love it. Ooh, nice.
With every move I make, I give the greatest that I can possibly give. With flight of sound I wake. Oh, is this what it really takes to live? I know I pushed you away, but I always knew it would make us both happier. Like I'd always happier. Though I'll always remember our promise together.
Ooh, nice.
We walk alone. You turn me blue as the sea. Yellow reflections of the sun made me see that this is how it should be. 'Cause I always knew this would make us breathe happier. Though I'll always remember our promise forever. We walk alone. I figured out what my best is. I turn to you with a smile as I drift back to sleep.
Love it. That was Happier by Hiroyuki Orion. Let's go.
This was a certified banger.
You should totally collab with Dull Root. It would sound so good if you guys did a collab. Wow, the back-to-back, like, similar vibes. I love it. So, first things first, really nice spicy chord in that towards the end of that. Like when you go to that when you go the minor chord there, where is it? Instead, where is it? Promise. Ooh, what do we got? That's spicy. The promise. Do 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 do. No, you do. I think you go. I think you sharp. I don't think you flat it. I'm sorry. It wasn't making a minor chord. What was I thinking? Where's the keyboard? How come I can't hear? Okay. Yeah, that like half step. The promise you. Where?
Always remember our promise together.
Wait. What do you got going on? Always remember. Always remember. Spicy. Yeah, cause you do that. You augment it. I see what you do. How fun. Cause you're like at you're a D. So pretty. Love it.
We walk alone.
The bass tone, I really dig the bass tone you got going on. I think it has a really nice sub frequencies to it. The overall vocal really nice and up front. The guitars as well.
I know I pushed you away, but
As far as like critiques go for this, I know you said it's an older track. Like, I would like some more of the drums in the mix in general. Like, cause you have these like harmonics that that's kind of almost bossa nova-y kind of vibe going on. I feel like the harmonics, those high harmonics in the guitars, I think those are like you're doing these like kind of not pitch harmonics, but you're doing like the harmonics on the guitar. You could turn those down because those are going to cut through the mix in favor of having a bit more of those drums.
with every move I make, I give the greatest that I can possibly give. With slightest sounds
I think a tiny bit less auto-tune.
awake. Oh, is this what it really takes to win? I know I pushed you away, but I always knew it would
I like some more highs. It's a bit more of the brightness on the snare.
make us both
See, the bass becomes the more prominent element of this part, where I would like more of that kind of like pan-D, like those panned kind of Polyphia-esque guitars to be more The harmonics were a whirly. Ooh, okay. But the riff is done under 6 octave, I think. Yeah, that makes sense. It sounds great. I dig the sound design. I just expected the note to add chromaticism. Yeah, exactly. Hell yeah. Definitely no inspired move. I'll have to listen. I'm not familiar. I love when it goes places where you're like. Like I just love when melodic ideas go somewhere that you don't expect. So because it like I always tell people, dude, like because some people would go to that kind of chord like earlier in the song. But if you save that chord for later on the chord, like it just makes it so much cooler when it does come in, instead of because you save the spicy chord for when it needs to happen. You know what I'm saying? Who made a bunch of the Final Fantasy? See, I've never played like Final Fantasy, dude. I'm so under a rock when it comes to that stuff. I know, shameful. I know, I've heard the soundtracks of Final Fantasy are like game changing, but I'm just like, I'm just not. I've never got into it. I don't know why. Yeah, you could go around the wheel of fifths, even still resolve later. Yeah. And you could sub out some things, some secondary, exactly, the secondary dominance and all that fun stuff. You have fun. Start borrowing from other modes and blah, 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 blah. 10 is the bomb. I'll have to, like, everyone recommends me to play, I'll play Blitzball all day, bro. Dude, have you played, speaking of which, have you been playing, or no, random, but have you been playing leagues, dude? In old school? Just together. Just be careful of that ending of that note there. A bit less of that around 2K area for that radio effect that you have going on, and a little bit less reverb just to be able to cut through the mix more. Little poly right there, I think, for the Oz. Let's go. It was before that. Dude, I love this track. Dude, you should. I feel like if the post chorus. Okay.
Walk alone. We walk alone.
I see. Yeah, those. Yeah, you're doing this like dotted eighth, like You're doing this like kind of dotted eighth rhythm. Yeah.
I figured out what
More beef. This is the last thing. More beef on that acoustic guitar. I want some more low mids on that acoustic. And yeah, dude. Yes. Big fan of it. Hell yeah. Thank you so much for submitting. I hope that's helpful. It's always fun. Like, I love hearing all your guys' tracks. Let's go. Oh, so I got you, Carmine. We got 2 Electric Panda tracks and no, of course, thank you. Thank you for supporting the live stream and also like submitting. So we got 2 Electric Panda tracks, then we get to the Discord subs. Let's go. And then I have to put the free ones. I know We Eat Ghost submitted. I just don't see We Eat Ghost on the queue. I don't know. Did you submit? We Eat Ghost, did you submit on the website thingy or did you? Oh no, the gambler! We bring in gambling back. Dude, I don't know why the gamble bot's not work. Like the bot hasn't been working the past few live streams. I don't know why. Yeah, we normally do have gambling on the lives, but normally we do. I don't know why the past few. I just keep forgetting to do it. SoundCloud. I just don't. The only thing with submitting on SoundCloud, I know that you might. I just don't have like a timestamp for it, like I do like with all the other stuff. Like I see when people submit on here. So I'll try to remember and look at it. Yeah, it's trying to save our souls. Honestly, we have this one dude. His name was Peter, who regulared on the live stream, and dude would gamble all the time, and it was hilarious because he lost like all the time, all of his points. And dude, it got to the point where like I started making like stuff on stream with just wheels with just his name on it, and I did like 2 where I had like his name like at least like 10 times, and like only like 2 spots where it was like he lost, and he managed to also lose those. Dude, yeah, it was very entertaining. He still lost. He still lost. So we got Abraham. Oh my goodness, Abraham Stadium at 103 A minor. I'm so bad at reading today. Let's go. We got Electric Panda. We got 2 Electric Panda. I don't have the second one. What's the second one that you submitted? We Blow It Up. Hell yeah. Also, the album art earlier was made by my brother. He's a sick artist, but has no socials. Dude, like, that's sometimes, it's tough, man, in 2026 without socials, dude, when it comes to, like, trying to, like, do stuff. But that's okay. Honestly, that's when it comes to socials, I get it, dude, because it's, especially with all this AI slop being uploaded, like, sometimes it's better to not be on that shit. Google Attenley. Let's see. Attenley. Attenley. Did I spell that wrong? Attenley. What came up was Teen Titans Go, dude. And then we have this. Honestly, this seems very Electric Panda right here, that picture. I don't see it though. I'm about to bring everything you say to me 1 step closer to the end. I'll look up Electric Panda. Absolutely legend. Oh, thank you, dude. Oh, okay, thank you. See, I told you. I was like that. Look at the difference. Like, tell me this doesn't look like an Electric Panda title, like thumbnail right there. Absolute legend. No, Electric Panda is hilarious. So we got Abraham Stadium 103 A minor. Let's rock it. No, for real, I do miss you, man. It's been a while, man. I'm so glad to see you and that you're doing good, man. Let's run it. Korn song. I love it. Oh, I'm so dumb.
Dump me! Dump me! Dump me!
And then you got Chester. Yeah! You son of a... How cool. I love it. I love it. I love it.
This
I
was
love
a
the credit.
certified banger.
Yeah, dude. It's a fun fact. I'd say Korn is one of my favorite bands, dude. I don't know why, but they just go so hard. I love their bass tone. Like they have this ultra clank nation or whatever the hell. Dude uses the thickest strings I've ever heard because you just hear them shits go like clank, clank, clank. You saw them with Linkin Park. Yeah, unfortunately, I've never seen what's it called, Linkin Park live, but I've seen Korn live like 4 times, and I can attest they are killer. I love Korn. Ray is a killer drummer. Oh my god, dude is disgusting on the kit. And Rock the Mic tour. I saw Korn with Disturbed. The first time I saw Korn was at a show. It was In This Moment was opening. In This Moment wasn't like didn't have much going on yet. They were an opening act. And then it was Seven Dust. And then it was Korn, and then it was Disturbed was the headliner. That was the first metal concert I ever been to ever, and Korn was part of the lineup. Snoop Dogg was also there. I'm not surprised for some reason. Like Snoop Dogg just be doing a bunch of side quests these days. That was back like I was in middle school when I went to that. I was like 13. That was like my first metal show I ever been to, and it was killer. And then another show that I saw Korn was me and my friends in high school. We went to what is it called? What was it? Was it Mayhem Fest? Or something like that. We traveled to Long Island, to Long Beach Island or something like that. There was like a beach theater or something like that. It was huge. It was like a stadium. We went to see Avenged Sevenfold was the headliner. And there was like Asking Alexandria was one of the bands on there. And then it was who else was on that set? I know Korn was there, obviously, for the sake of the story. Korn was part of that, but I don't remember the other bands on it. I just remember those three. Well, yeah, dude, I loved Disturbed when they came out. It's probably my least favorite band of all time, dude. I grew up. The thing is, like, so I would say my favorite Disturbed song is "Stricken." "Stricken's" my favorite Disturbed song. I do like. To me, like, I grew out of Disturbed. You know how, like, when you listen to like the classics of metal, and that's what gets you into metal, and you start delving in a little bit yourself, and then you start getting to the more niche stuff. Like, everyone listens. I feel like a gateway metal band is obviously like Metallica, and like things of those nature, like your Megadeth, your Slayers, your older bands like Ozzy and stuff like that. Then you get to the more like Disturbs, and then you kind of get into your own like Korns, and then you get to like randomly now you're at like Infant Annihilator and the very niche shit. But like Disturbed was something I listened to in middle school, like when they dropped their Asylum project was back, like, because I really liked Stricken. I really liked the whole Sickness album was iconic to me growing up. But I could see why people don't like it. I could see why you don't like it. Like, it's very, like, there was this one video that blew up in the 2010s that was on YouTube. It was like, it made fun of Disturbed, and it was saying like one band, one song, 4 albums. It was like, no, yeah. Rock, like they do like, oh, I can see why you don't like them. I get it. I got so sidetracked. I'm so sorry, Let You Panda, but I love my Megadeth. Yeah, dude. There's respect for singing, for signing bombs that were dropped on children. I don't even know about, like, that was way after all that stuff, so I wouldn't even know about. I never even heard about that, to be honest, until you mentioned it. So, shit, I'm not surprised though. You never know, dude. Yeah, I see. I knew about Disturbed back when they didn't sign bombs, I guess. So that's one of the awkward things. It's like you like an artist, like, growing up, and then all of a sudden you start hearing what they say, and you're like, oh, I don't know if I completely agree with that. Look, we got Dillian Hard in telling you that your song is for real. I can't help it. On my Instagram, I got a great following. DM me. So if you ever want, 15 minutes ago, dude, you have this spam bot account. Decided you can promote your stuff for free, bro. Well, a gateway band was Bad Brains. Yeah, mine, of course, was like Metallica. And Disturbed, because I played, one thing I liked Disturbed was because of Guitar Hero 3. Like, that game is like iconic to me. Although dramatic, they stopped the show because they didn't like how the spotlight was on them. Technical death metal. Yeah, I've seen Megadeth live too. Did my payment go through? I don't. Did it? Oh, you did! 8 minutes ago. How did I not see that? I'm so dumb. Okay, 8 minutes ago. Yes, it did. I'm so sorry. Yes, we ghosts, I have you. But, yeah, now commentary. I'm so sorry, dude. Oh my god, let's go. But Electric Panda, so first off, I love the track. I don't know if I've stressed that enough, dude, as my rambling. I'm so sorry. That my favorite man, Bill Cosby, never did anything wrong. Oh god. Dude, oh my god, that was Oh my god. I felt so bad because so many people idolized him, man. Like, so many people idolized that man, dude. Just for him to just throw that shit all out. Because I was like, I remember when it first came out, I was like, there's no way Bill Cosby did that. Ain't no way. Because he had the halo effect. Because he was just, he was like everyone's dad on the show. He was just like, he was like the friendly guy on the television who made some fun noises on the TV and the bippity bop. Like dude was funny. And the pudding pop commercials are iconic, and it's like, oh man, you just had to go and ruin it. So yeah, unfortunately, it's a pudding pops a different dude, for real. The Bill Cosby Family Guy jokes, yeah. He just had to is in the prison by my house. Really? I didn't know. Oh, wow, fascinating. My cousin was in there with it. What? That's crazy. Wow, dude, that's insanity. Bill Cosby, it's so sad. Is it bad that I am so young that I didn't know who Bill Cosby was until all the shit about him dropped? Nah, I mean, that's just the nature of time, dude. Like, he was, before I was born, he was already, like, iconic, I just know him because there was, like, this Lil Bill show that was also Bill Cosby, and he had, like, the reruns of his shows and everything would be on. But it's really not surprising to me, honestly. But yeah, his old stand-up, yes, his stand-up, because my mother was big into stand-up comedy too. Like I watched a lot of things I shouldn't have as a kid, and Bill Cosby's stand-up was pretty good. I also remember him doing this one thing with like pens in a jar on, I think it was like Jimmy Fallon or something like that, where he was like saying that he was old and he said that his bones were like it was a while ago. It was so long while ago, but yes, dude. And he was already old when I was a kid. Yeah, I'm not. It's totally fine. I'm gonna make some Cosby samples. Oh my god, the inspiration hits in the randomest moments. But yeah, dude, love the new metal sound. I would say, like, as far as the critiques go, more gunshots, that's for sure. Those drums are punching in the face. I love it. It sounds like it like could use a bit more highs on the guitars, but I think that it sounds fine because if you don't have vocals on it, like if you're gonna eventually put vocals on it, which I'm assuming you said that you might have someone rap on it, then it'd be better this way. I would also say louder on those scratch sounds. Those like would go crazy. I feel like louder on the scratch sounds, and that's really it, dude. Like, I thought it sounded awesome. Sent a little something space sound. Appreciate you, Mr. Wall of Sound. It's Curtin, artist name. Hell yeah, dude. So we got the second Electric Panda record, which is At Lay. So I'm assuming this is going to be a totally normal song that we were about to listen to. It's hard to tape frequencies on the scratch. Nah, you're good, dude. Cosby has been married since 1964. Crazy. Really? Is he still married? Or did his wife drop his ass after all that? So drum and bass. Oh. This is going to be a totally normal video with totally normal music. Let's run it. Whoa! That was Electric Panda at Lay.
This was a certified banger.
I use weird ideas when I'm using very old software, so it makes weird stuff happen if I overload it. Dude, I love it. Dude, how trippy. Dude, you're just like, I love that you're just like staring at us the whole thing and you just decide just during the drop you're just going to turn your head, dude. Absolute legend behavior. Dude, I was like half expecting you to say something crazy right before the drop, so your like enlarged mouth was just like robot or something, and then it would just go like, where is it? Like, cause it was like build, and then you would just be like robot, and it just goes. I don't know why. I was like, I was holding out that you were gonna say something. I was like, something, even if you're like robot. Even though it makes no sense. It'll be really funny is if you did a lyric, if you released like a lyric video for a song like that, if for a song that has like one word in it, it's just like At and Lay lyric video by Electric Panda. It's just like when it comes up, it just says robot, and then it's just the rest of the video is just blank. It was like, bro, thanks for the lyric video. That's something I would do, man. Honestly. At least on my own genius. Yeah, dude. Thank you so much. Who was that? Oh my goodness. I'm dying. Thank you so much for the subscribe, Andrew Lawson. You rock. Oh. So what I meant by robot, what a machine that is a human like. That is right. Yeah, it's like, or yeah. Yeah, they sit you down in the yellow background. You're like, hey, my name's Electric Panda. I'm gonna break down the lyrics for At and Lay, and you're just like, and it's just like robot. It was like, so when I was writing this song, it's like a 30-minute video, but for like one lyric. And then you just start getting sidetracked and then start talking. That would be iconic. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Yeah, but absolutely love the production, the way it builds up, the triplet feel towards the ending was awesome. The synths, super fun. The drums, I love I just love me some drum and bass stuff. So I'll talk about Korn for the next 20 minutes. Yeah, dude. Or you just don't even talk. Yeah, you just talk about the song for like 5 seconds, and the rest of the video is you just talking about other things that are completely irrelevant, like other artists. Like, that Electric Panda guy is something. It's funny, it looks like you're like an astronaut here. I want some more highs here. Some more highs in the mix of done. YouTube's compression's pretty dog shit though, so it could be YouTube, dude. 'Cause there's a lot of this like low information, but I'm not getting enough of this like high sheen of some of your synths. I feel like this is what the world looks like after a lobotomy. This is what, after my surgeon pokes the wrong part of my brain, I see. And can't no longer talk to my family. I love that the melody is in there still. Maybe like even slightly raising the melody in that. The mixing on this is good though. Like, what would I say? I like the guitar tones. The melody's catchy. The build is really nice. Bass is really up front. Electric Panda says a free ice pick with every video. That's a guarantee. I think just the main thing is just more high end on the mix in general, and I think the mix is knocking. Like, there's not much else to ask for from Electric Panda. I think super fun track. Thank you so much for submitting both. What a journey and a half, guys. Holy shit. You guys are killing it out here. I forgot I gotta open up SoundCloud here because We Eat Ghost sent me a SoundCloud message with theirs. Nah, I appreciate you, man. I hope, yeah, dude. I like, you had me fucking dying, dude, with that video. Awesome. I got We Eat Ghosts. We got perfect. We got just keeping on the metal thing. So we got Perfect Apathy by We Eat Ghosts. Let's run it. Oh shit, hold on. Oh my god, hold on. I didn't even see. Do you want me to read it on stream? Hold on, that's up to you, dude. Hold up. Okay, I got you. Low shelf. Okay, presence boost, top compression. Okay, main tom EQ. Okay. So we got, okay, so I have your settings. We have your settings here. SSL blue bus glue settings. Second guitar pedal in order. Whoa. Cool. I see. And I sent with the song. Yeah, I'm assuming these are all your effects, right? So what you're reading here is basically all the production notes and gear for the week. Goes information to the gear we use, settings, and mixing production tricks that we currently use. Guitar pairs, mix one left. Okay, I will take a check. I will check this. Okay, this is awesome. You have this written down. So, wow, I got all the settings. How cool! Oh shit. Effects, gear, etc. What's going on, Curtin? Let's go. Let's take a listen as I read this going on. This perfect apathy. That was Perfect Apathy by Weed Ghost. Oh, yeah!
This was a certified banger.
Oh, yeah! Let's go! So, I've been reading your settings as I was listening to the record. So, fascinating. So, one thing, I know you already wrote a ton of stuff. One thing you could also do that I would recommend you doing, which would probably save you a lot of time, is you could screenshot or take pictures of these settings. So that would and you could save your settings. Like if you go to your DAW, hold up. Like for example, let's just blah 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 blah. Let's go here. Hold up, just to make your life a ton easier. Right. A lot of the times, some DAWs like some plugins will allow you to save your settings, like save as. And you could always send the settings, that and like, or you could do a screenshot, which would make it a lot easier if you like loaded up all of. Oh, I do have all of saved. Oh, hell yeah! So you could literally like shift click, and then load up all the the plugins up at the same time, and you could literally just like screenshot this, and then you could see all the settings individually here, which would make it a lot easier for someone like, because I'm not sure by reading this like what exactly the order is at times, and what the like, for example, like what plugins you're using, like, because I don't see the names of the plugins on here. Because I see like global, like for example, things like sweep generator, like your microphone, and like what you're recording and your settings on your bass and guitars and whatnot. Yeah, I see these upper mid band presence out. So settings on both guitars EQ, like which EQ are you using? SSL bus compressor, is that on the guitars or is that on the mix bus? The bass amp settings, so these are your bass amps, and then is it like your bass, like after this is like what you put on the bass itself in this, so main bass EQ. I'm just trying to figure out exactly. So SSL bus, how come you have multiple SSL bus settings, just out of curiosity? Your snare comp, so snare EQ and compression, so you have your mid snare, main snare EQ. So I see what you tend to do. Okay, so we're cutting out a lot of this low information and boosting around 400 hertz by 8 decibel. That's a lot. That's a lot of boosting. So when it comes to engineering, like more times than not, this is like, I'm just doing this just for correction for mastering. But a lot of the times you're cutting instead of boosting. So if you find yourself boosting a lot like this and whatnot, like chances are your solution is probably, instead of boosting all that, is cutting this and just raising it up. Because that's essentially doing the same thing, right? Because you're essentially what you're doing this is you're making it more tilted this way, right? So it's basically when you raise this up in volume, right, it's essentially flat here and lowering it here. So this is really the same thing as this, if you get what I'm saying. It's literally the same thing. And then you could adjust the volume to taste. So a lot of times, like, cutting is more beneficial than boosting. So when I see large boosts, like for example, I see that there's a plus 8 decibel boost here in the there's a plus 12, which really looks like this. A plus 12, right, at around 570 hertz, right? And then we're at like, what are we doing? So 900 hertz is plus 8, right? So you're like 900 hertz, you're like at like plus 8. See what I'm saying? Then you're doing this 3000 plus another 8. And then you're doing this, where is it? You have a low pass on 17K. This is what your EQ looks like. What is it? 12 dB per octave on 17K. All right, we got it around here. And then what else are you doing? You're cutting the low mids by 2, so 300 by 2. And then you're cutting your 42 hertz, so your lows by 5, right? So this is like 42 by 5. And then you have a low pass on 30, right? But you have it on, I believe it's 24. Yeah, 24 per octave. So this is what your EQ be looking like. Boom, boom. Where is it? 30 hertz. See, a lot of stuff for guitar, the gear is actually equipped like we own physically. Let's just snare tone, try to get the tone. I wasn't able to find the exact tone. Yeah, see, like, when it comes to getting a tone, I wouldn't use EQ for that. Because doing this, like, this is doing way too much. This is doing, like, a lot of it, one is in the snare itself. Like, if you're tracking with a live kit, right? Like, it's dialing in the snare drum. Because this is like, this looks like a lot of uncertainty. Instead of it being like a tone shaping, this looks more like a like someone who's not sure what to do, who's just guessing. So the best part, or that you just don't like the snare sound and you're trying to like make it work the best you can, and you're like forcing it. That's what it comes across as. So I would highly recommend when you're in the studio, like, and I know some studios will have a bunch of snare drums, or you guys are, you said you're recording on your own though, right? Like, it could be the tuning of the drums, I was like, well, that would be kind of 100% right, because I only started learning how to mix and produce last week. Exactly, which is fine. Which is why that's why I wanted to show you visually what your EQ looks like, because like, as you can see, like, this is not typical for EQing. Like, this is doing way too much, like, because you're boosting to the point, as you can see, it's like off the screen here. You see what I'm saying? Like, if I did very large, okay, that didn't help, but if I did, okay, we'll bring it back. All right, now we got it. It's above where it says coffee. So just be careful when you do boosts. Less is more. And if you don't like this sound of it, like, you want to tackle it at the source instead of trying to fix it in post. This is what a lot of people will try to do is like, oh, we'll just fix it in post. So that's why a lot of times we ghost, like a lot of drummers, and I know you guys are kind of against the sample replacing stuff, but recording a live kit, getting the drums to sound good, is so hard to do, to get it to sound correct, quote unquote. And sometimes it takes trying out different snares. Like, and just like a lot of like famous records or whatnot, they'll have multiple different snare drums and they'll like swap them out just to try to find the right one for the song. Like, and it's like, oh, we use samples on this. We use samples over the kicks. Okay. So if that's the case, then if you don't like the snare sound itself the same way we do for when we play live, that's okay. I always think of like when you're recording a record, you want it to feel like it's live, but you want to sound like a very like polished version of your live performance. And sometimes there are little tricks you could do to get it to sound like it makes like more like other records similar to this mix wise. So when your song comes on, it doesn't sound like it's like, it sounds like it's seamless going from a different band in your style to yours. You know, that's what the main goal is for the mixing side of things. So I would recommend it for the snare too. If you're doing like all these like boosts and everything like that, I'd highly recommend just sample replacing the snare too, dude. Like, cause it seems like you are not a fan of what it sounds like. Volume tweaking could go such a long way. That is true. To get elements you wouldn't want to hear out, sounds more upfront. That is true. That's why I always recommend I always recommend for people to do a volume balance. Like, I challenge you. I challenge you to do your mix, right? This is something that I would do, like that school did for audio engineering. the main thing that I would do, that I would recommend for you to do, that would help you more than anything, I think, is mix the song without using any plugins first. Get a solid volume balance. Get a really solid volume balance going. And use reference mixes. So use a reference mix and get a solid volume balance before even touching a compressor or EQ or anything like that. Just get them to sound like cohesive together without touching any of that. And without any automation. Don't use any automation either. Just straight up just use the faders. Just straight up use your faders. And that's literally, I'm telling you, like, that will get you like 80% there. And then you can use the stuff like your compressors. If you were to mix a snare in hardcore metal core way, how would you do that? How do I do that? You literally take off, you just make a new session. So save, copy, right? And then remove every plugin off of everything. Except if it's like distorted guitars, then leave the distorted guitars. Like if you have like distortion on things, like if you have like distortion on like a distorted guitar and you're using like an amp simulator, leave the amp simulator on it. Leave like tone things like things like if you were to like not have the distortion on the guitar, it wouldn't sound correct. So leave those kind of things. But like everything else, like your EQs, your reverbs, your delays, your compressors, your limiters, your clippers, your any other plugin, modulation or whatever the hell, like remove all of those. And exactly, set all the faders to 0. Quick way to do that is if you alt click on will automatically zero out things. I don't know what it is on Ableton, but alt clicking typically is the shortcut to be able to like zero out things. And you just use your faders and that's it. I'm telling you. When it comes to hardcore, if you want, like, when it comes to hardcore snares, if what I would use first off, if depending on how you record it, sometimes I'll use some saturation first. So saturation first, something like saturation would go first. Saturation, and a lot of times you don't even need. I don't have all my stuff on this computer, unfortunately, but like as far as like you want to use something that's analog, so something with a little bit of drive. I like NLS. Some is really nice for snares. And then what you do after that, usually some compression on the snare. Or if I'm feeling like I'm not really liking how it sounds beforehand, like you could tone shape with a with EQ or before the compressor. But typically it's like compressor first, then EQ, then you have your sends, which go to like your snare verb, or you could do like total, even more tonal shape with it, like an analog EQ. Or you could send it to a reverb. A lot of the times snare gets sent to the track reverb. And then you got, what else? Sometimes people like putting a gate on things. Like if you're doing with a live kit, having a gate on the snare could be good to try to get rid of your extra cymbal noise and all that during the kit and whatnot. So yeah. There's a plugin called Outlaw by Warm Audio. I push everything into a good little plugin. Hell yeah. I'll have to check. I've never used that. That's like typically like, and then you send it to like I usually have a bus that's just the kicks and the snares, and then a separate one with all the other stuff. And then it gets sent to a drum bus, which has a parallel. So I'll parallel compress the parallel bus and then mix that in with the drum bus, and then have a drum. I'll have like a drum, like essentially like the drum full, like the final drum bus that comprises of everything is all in one. But that's like what I typically do. Link to submit. It should be pinned on. I'm sorry, guys. I usually have a bot that does this, dude. But I don't know why it's not working today. But here you go. Okay, drums are issues. What about the guitars? Because that's kind of my big concern. The guitars. Wrong song. Sorry. Right now, the mix sounds very like almost like choked, like way too much processing going on. I'm telling, like, honestly, the best bet, We Ghost, if this is the first mix that you've done, I think that doing a clean slate would be the beneficial. Because it does feel a bit thin, like. I get, like, with mixing, less is more. Like, less is more a lot of the time. And that comes with time. Like, let me find it here. I'm looking at your guitar EQ. Hold up, I think it's further up. Yeah, your SSL bus settings on both guitars. Okay, there we go. And one of the things that people do with guitars is they'll do slightly different processing for left and right channel just to give it a bit of separation. High pass filter 750 hertz is a bit that's too high up. I think sometimes, like, you can get away with that, but like that's a little. I think you still want a little bit of that bass information there. Low band. Okay, so that your low band's literally doing nothing. It has 0 decibels. Your low mid band's doing nothing too. Your low mid cut is doing basically nothing. Low mid boost, so you're boosting the mids at the 750. So that's the mids there is like you're doing a 1.5. So there's really not much you're doing here other than, okay, you're boosting this kind of like a boxy sound of the guitars is like around that 750 range there. Upper mid boost, that's like your presence. You're cutting the 6K area, which is, it could be cool. Like that makes sense. Low passing around 10,000 is way too low. I don't even low pass, honestly, with guitars like that. I just leave it. Like, cause you're cutting out a lot of good stuff that's in the highs. That's why it sounds muffled. So 2-to-1 attack. So you have your attack setting really fast. Is this bus compressor on the guitars, or is this on like it says bus compressor SSL bus plus settings? Is this on your mix bus or is this on your guitar bus? Because it says 2-to-1 attack 15 milliseconds, which is on the fast side. Release 40. Typically with the SSL bus compressor has what was done on with Converge. That's the other thing. Weak Ghost is that there is no like magic setting for things. Like what worked with Converge's mix will not work with your mix. Put it in weird. That's on me. No, it's okay. It's okay. Just keep that in mind. The number one thing is like you could use things for references and look at like tutorials, but your mix and the issues on your every mix has its own individual problems because they're different notes and different key signatures and with the key signatures because of that, as you are aware, because I know you know the harmonic series and whatnot, like the harmonic series lines up differently with different key signatures. So like EQ settings and like compression settings that would be on a Converge song would not necessarily work for your record because it'll be taming different things that are and different rooms and all that fun stuff. So just be careful of that. I think those are the big things. I highly recommend, I like Wegos, I promise you this would be way more helpful, is remove all of that stuff and mix with just the elements, with just your faders. Have everything peak at -10 like decibels roughly. -10 decibels on your track. So if you look at your track breakdown on Logic, you'll see like there's a meter and you want your tracks to be peaking around -10. So you lower the clip gain of whatever this is until you get to until it's hitting at -10 and then do your volume mix. And you want to make sure you do not, a big thing is what my professors used to always say and rip into everyone is you don't want to have your faders here or on your tracks like where there's like the volume. You never want to push it above 0. You want it 0 or lower. You never want it higher than 0. That's like a rule of thumb that I've followed since college. Yeah, it's literally like there are people that's why there's college for this stuff, dude. That's why it's not intuitive. It's honestly a lot of works. All of ours are at +6. Yeah, no, you don't want that because you're pushing the outputs too much. You want to use your mastering to push the volume. You don't want to drive your because plugins, here's the last thing I'll leave you with. Plugins have like a especially analog emulation plugins, they have like a sweet spot input volume that they work at best. And if you push an analog plugin too aggressively, what ends up happening is you start it doesn't work how it's supposed to. If you drive them too hard. That's why. So if you have a lot of things driving into let's just say your SSL, right? Your SSL compressor, your SSL is going to be begging for mercy by the time you even sometimes if your mix is loud and you put in an SSL on it, you don't have to move the threshold. You see the needle's already doing 6 decibels of gain reduction. You know what I'm saying? So you just have to be careful with that. It's get ratioed. It's ratioed or something. Ocean McBackens is funny. Yeah, frequencies are best dealt with at the mixing stage. For real. I hope that's helpful, dude. I know I did a bit less, but I'm telling you, the most beneficial thing for you to do starting out is don't use plugins. That is going to hurt more than it helps starting out. So that's really all I got, dude. Thank you for submitting. Really cool record. I'm sorry, I'm telling you, that is how you are going to benefit the most. I promise you. I think they started with a Lindrum also. We used to 8-track recording is all about the substance. You know, it's funny. With my college class, we did what we had to do a mix on was on an analog console, and you only had 16 channels to work with, and it was 32 channels, but they had only 8 buses. So you had to really think about where you were going to group things together. So if you wanted a bus for reverb, that's 2 buses right there gone because it's a left and a right channel. And if you want, so you had to like really think about, like, you'll have your effects bus, then you'll have your like your vocals going in one. Like it's a whole ordeal, dude. So you really learn fast that way. Keep at it goes. It really is. Curtain's 1,000% correct. And it looks stuff is like a mini game. Yeah, dude. That's why I really want to get eventually. Like my goal is to get like some analog compression. Because I got the Apollo now. Once I get the cable, I'll be able to hook it up, and I'll have I do have the Manley Vox box. I'm gonna start using on as like the Unison pre, which is gonna be awesome because it comes with a compressor built in. I'm super stoked to use it. And then what I'm gonna do is eventually I want to get like a stereo compressor. Yeah, dude. I know. I want so much analog gear, dude. But once it makes sense, right? So we're getting to the Discord subs now, guys. Hell yeah. Let's get to it. 10 o'clock. Hell yeah. I'm excited. We got Kashiki P. And then after these three, I'm going to ask who's here in the live stream. We'll get to you guys first. So let's get it. We got Kashiki P. I mean, it's yes. I mean, yes, it's a lot because I have a job and I'm in college. I'm in this band. We started playing live, so we have a band practice. There's still live shit, bro. I'm busy. Dude, it's a lot, man. Learning how to mix is a pain in the ass. I'm not even going to hold you. So this low key won't be here for this stream because I have choir concert. Best of luck with the concert, but I'll watch back after. It's a little instrumental that I made. Let's run it. This is the monotony of daily life. Drum and bass, let's go! Well, DJ Clam already submitted, so technically it's just... Oh, thank you. Thank you. Who was that? Who was that? That was the monotony of daily life by Kashiki P.
This was a certified banger.
How cool! I love the overall, like, yeah, the kind of like rotary kind of movement on some of those synths that you had going on was really nice. The do 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 do. I love the progressions that you had going on. The little cello you got going on. You had this. Yeah, I hope you do well on your concert. Best of luck. What I would say, what a name, what a legend. I would say, like, the main things, I really like the chords. I like how it sounds really nice and bright at the peak sections of this. There's a nice little dramatic section over here, which is really nice. Or play it, whatever. Oh, good. OJ McBaggins, have a good one. Always good seeing you, dude. I'm gonna end up playing it. I usually get to yours. So what I would say, as far as like critiques go, I would say there's this frequency that you could tame. Where is it? Where's more obvious. It's like there's like this a little bit of the sharpness around 1.5K. Check that out. I would like some more. It's really present in like the 700 hertz area, like to 1000 hertz. The overall mix is very like honky, if that makes sense. Like, instead of, I would like the mix to be warmer, more sub frequencies, more lows. And I feel like the last thing really is that I want some more emphasis on some of those drum percussive elements, because they feel a little bit on the weak side. But I don't really have much else. Gishiki P. Absolute legend. Thank you so much for submitting. Hell yeah. So we got, someone did donate to the live, so it was anonymous. There we go. Absolute legend. You technically have two, so if you want, you could let me know another track of yours after this. So this is Spaceships from Anonymous. How do I say this? Anonymous PRX S. Anonymous. How do I pronounce this? Pros. Anonymous Pros.
The night that I'm about to have.
Oh, proxies.
Little bitty sexy thing, eyes on me. Focus on the sexy things I can't see. Spotlights on me with the strong high beam and the lights downstream. That's a UAP. Out of this world, I'm a cosmic being. Shooting stars, my blink, count the planet rings. Hit a udon beat, now I'm royalty. Get your hands in the air like the great Kali. Kush, order 2, bag it up. Next day delivery.
Amazon.
If I'm late, means I'm early to the after part. Took too long to check out from the catalog. My future came back, come back like the winter laws. Generate 1.21 gigawatt. Pop star, rock star, don't care what the tickets cost. We gon' keep this party going, never let the music stop. We stay stuck in our ways, never change and we lace this party. Search the cosmos all day, not alone in this spaceship party. We stay stuck in our ways, never change and we lace this party. Search the cosmos all day, not alone in this spaceship party. 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 Lean back, seven your eyes like the pun, beam back. Shout out to the ones that we won't see back. Maybe we could clone all the ones we need back. Speaking of the matter, invade that we scattered. Flowing like a meter or the H2O with Saturn. The H2O, so dial back automatic. My watch, my car, my vibe works automatic. I land, you evade, walk in, accolade. ET, yeah, I raid, first class, only way, my grade. I could get real used to this whole party thing. Sorry that you had to wait a week, it was a longer way. It's worth the wait, cause this is how I get away. Least I can do, leave this a better place. Teach this world the mechanics and to navigate. Then we get to celebrate, this is how we orchestrate. Little bitty sexy thing, eyes on me. Focus on the sexy things I can't see. Spotlights on me with the strong high beam and the lights downstream, that's a UAP. Little bitty sexy thing, eyes on me. Focus on the sexy sexy things I can't see. Spotlights on me with a strong high beam, and the lights downstream, that's a UAP. Not alone in this spaceship party. Not alone in this spaceship party. Not alone in this spaceship party. Not alone in this spaceship party.
New York, I need every single one of you to pay close attention to what I'm saying. Queens, Brooklyn, Manhattan, Bronx, Staten Island. Be cautious. Look up. They're here, they're here, they're here.
Cool. That was Spaceships by Anonymous Pros. I'm assuming Anonymous Pros. Cool record, dude.
This was a certified
So
banger.
you know what's? You remind me of this one artist that submits. His name is Amute. I feel you guys would sound really good on a track together. This dude, yeah, you guys have like a very similar like kind of.
I got insomnia. The doctor
Wait, let me see if I could find a.
disappear. To make a mind. Be digging all this gold till I get really close to dying. All you motherfuckers weird. Can't decide. What
Like, you
really
guys
want
would
to
sound
see.
good on a
Can't
track
decide.
together.
Make money disappear. To make a mind. Be digging all this gold till I get really close to dying.
Love that guy. But yeah, it reminds me of like that kind of vibe where it's like this. He does this kind of like upbeat 4 on the floor stuff too. Yeah, super cool stuff. I love the overall. The production is awesome, dude. Production is sick. I like the vocal performance as well. I think the mixing is really solid. The drums are really knocking. The vocals, I love the compressor that's on the vocals. Really nice and up front. Like that panned vocal during the hook where it goes from left to right was really sick for that ad-lib thing that you had going on. Especially you had this kind of like Phrygian mode kind of motif thing going throughout the record, but like melodically. Let me see.
Can always.
Yeah, this kind of thing going on. Yeah.
Never change and we lace this party. Search the cosmos all day. Not alone in this spaceship party. We stay stuck in our ways. Never change and we lace this party.
Now, I'll go over some things that I would do in the mixing a little bit differently. The first thing,
Kush, order 2, bag it up.
I feel like if you did like some stacks during your verse, like just to fill out some of the, like literally the same as what you're rapping. I feel like that's what this is missing. Is like during the verse, the vocal feels a bit empty, like for the genre. Like I would like a more stacked sounding vocal for like the verse.
Can't see spot.
So like stack it twice, pen it a little bit to the left, a little bit to the right, just to give a bit of this width.
Lights on me with a strong high beam, and the lights downstream, that's a UAP. Out of this world, I'm a cosmic being. Shooting stars, my blink, count the planet rings. Hit a udon beat, now I'm royalty. Get your
Especially like some in and outs with the would be really sick.
hands in the air like the great Khali.
Like the hands in the air, look the hands in the air that a break golly. Or like bum ba ba bum ba ba bum ba dum. Like as like a low stack would be so sick.
Kush, order 2, bag it up.
Like back it up. Like how
Next day delivery.
Amazon.
If I'm late.
See, notice that the Amazon that it comes in louder than your lead there. So I would tuck that. Like I'd rather your lead be the more of the forefront there.
It means I'm early to the after part. Took too long to check out from the catalog. My future came back, come back, stuck in our ways. Never change, we lace this party. Search the
I almost wish that it kind of sounds like it'd be really cool to have. Yeah, it does, dude. The Baby No Money vibes. It definitely does. Even if you did like this talk of like the just like talking it, or even if you do this or whatever you're saying, like just to have that in the mix, just to fill out some of those low mids and get the stack. Sometimes like what I'll have artists do is more tonal shape takes, and I'll be like, I know this sounds ridiculous, but do a take where you're like and like do like 4 of them motherfuckers, and then I'm gonna tuck them in the mix, compress them like crazy and tuck it in the mix, and makes it sound so much. And I'll do things like that, or like whisper takes with artists sometimes, like da ba da ba da da, and then like have them pan further out, and like sometimes that's like what it takes to get so the vocals to feel fuller. Put your hands in the air like the great. Oh boy.
Cosmos all day. Wait a minute. Not alone in this spaceship party. Not alone in this spaceship party.
That not alone. If you do like, if you pitch that, like I feel like it sounds too close to the lead. The not alone. Like if you did like a no, like mess with the formant shift or something like that on it, so it's not so like not alone. Like it feels a bit boring the way that it's mixed currently. I like the panning, but I feel like you can have some more sauce on it. Like
not alone in this space. My watch, my car, my vibe works automatic. I land, you evade, walk in, accolade, ET, yeah, I rate first class.
Yeah, here you have the stacks, the ins and outs more.
Little bitty sexy thing, eyes on me, focus on the sexy thing.
Like I just think like having like think of like Timbaland, like here where you have like where he has like this almost filtered low pitched vocal would be really nice reference mix.
Can't see spotlights on me.
That not alone, it just sounds too plain as it is.
Not alone in this spaceship party.
New York, I need every single one of you.
It's funny, I'm by the New York area too, dude. That's why you're saying that. That's cool. Hell yeah, man. That's really all I got for that. Killer record. I hope that's helpful, dude. I thought the record went hard. I think the mixing on that is really solid. So I think record goes ham, dude. Hell yeah, man. You should be very proud of that because the mixing on that's really nice. The instrumental sounds great and the vocals do as well. So really nice work. Hell yeah, dude. Let me know, like, if you have any questions, dude. One thing is, like, I've always, like, just let me know, and hell yeah, dude. And if you have a second track, let me know as well. Love the low end on this. Yeah, dude. I love doing whisper tracks. They're the easiest to do. Yeah, they tend to be easy because you don't have to worry about pitch so much. Like I'll also do things where it's like I'll have the artist like they like when I'm vocal. I love one of my most, I would say, fun what I have doing with an artist is vocal production. Is a lot of fun for me. So, yeah, thank you so much. I hope that's helpful, dude. Let's get on to the next one. Which is, we got Anonymous. Technically, you have a second one, but I haven't seen you say anything in the chat yet, which is all good. You might be a little bit behind. So we'll get to Carmine first in the meantime. And if you say anything, we'll get you another one. But after this, if you do say something in the chat saying a second track of yours you want us to review, then we will let it rock. This is Just a Kid demo by Carmine. Let's run it.
I got ADHD. Maybe he right, yeah, he got the PhD. Prescribing me drugs, yeah, it ain't helping. Got me hooked up on the Adderall. Lock my new plug, ain't it crazy? These drugs, yeah, they feel amazing. Staring at the stars, yeah, I'm just gazing. If I die tonight, then the world will keep spinning. Drugs, yeah, they're killing. Told myself that I was healing. I'm not healing, just abusing. The songs that I sing tell you everything that I'm going through. I'm not healing. told me I got ADHD. Maybe he right, yeah, he got the PhD. Prescribing me drugs, yeah, it ain't helping. Got me hooked up on the Adderall. Doc, my new plug, ain't it crazy?
That was Just a Kid demo by Carmine. Let's go.
This was a certified banger.
Let's go, Carmine. That was Just a Kid, absolutely legendary. So, how cool! First off, yeah, always love when a track is written from a place, you know, when people tell their story. So, and I felt it was very easy to follow the story. Yeah, I like the melodic ideas you have going on here. The instrumental choice is really nice. I think like you've definitely found yourself a sound that works for you, which is awesome. You have that very like 2017 era kind of SoundCloud rap kind of feel to it.
If I die tonight, then the world will keep spinning.
What I would say as far as critiques go, I'll go into some of the mixing stuff. Lyrically, so one thing that I would say about the track is here.
I told myself that I was healing. I'm not healing, just abusing. If I die tonight, then the world will keep spinning. Drugs, yeah, they're killing. Lock my new plug, ain't it crazy?
So,
be hooked up on the Adderall. Lock my new plug, ain't it crazy?
because you say Adderall, but then end the other line with crazy, where it feels like it's a bit like the word crazy feels a bit out of place. Like I would love if something you were able to somehow tie it in with the word Adderall.
My new plug, ain't it crazy? These drugs, yeah, they feel amazing. Staring at the stars, yeah, I'm just gazing. If I die tonight, then the world will keep spinning. Drugs, yeah, they're killing.
If you were like killing, if you brought this like the drugs are killing me part again at the end here, I think would go really hard.
Told myself that I was healing.
And the healing part.
I'm not healing, just abusing.
I'm not healing, just abusing. I was looking for something there. Yeah, it's tough. Yeah, I was looking for something to put there. You could say like Adderall, not at all. Like you could say like don't feel it at all. Like so, end it with all, or you could end it with like anything like fall. You could say like I feel like not at all is one way to, or like something not at all, or something fall, something that along that just ends with all, and then you should be good. Yeah, they don't feel it at all.
Here's a new plug, ain't it crazy?
I don't feel it at all. I don't feel it at all. Killing and killing me. Absolutely killer. Oh, Bobby isn't. Oh, I see. Bobby is a bit behind. Oh, that's why. I see. I think they're a bit behind in the live stream. Oh, I just typed this all out in there. But other than that, dude, I really don't have anything else. Like, as far as like critiques go, I thought it sounded great. And it's funny, Bobby. We listened to Bobby's track like probably like 10 minutes ago. I think you may be behind in the live. Cool. All right. So in the meantime, we're here. So anybody who is here who have not had, I know Curtin's here. I know Zorg's here. I have you guys. So I'm going to make sure. I saw Rubik's was in here earlier. I did not see Chinoir. I didn't see them in the track. Yeah, I know Rubik's. Oh, Rubik's, yes. Rubik's is here. Curtin is here. Zorg, I knew. Zorg, I got you. Zorg is an absolute legend as well. We got Curtin. I'm just going in the order of who submitted to. Just on this list that I have here. Yeah, Curtin. Yeah, we'll end up getting to all the tracks tonight, honestly. Yeah, we'll end up getting to all the tracks tonight, which is a rarity these days. Honestly, that's pretty awesome. And then I'll ask Bobby if they have... Oh my goodness, I keep typing in caps. Do you have a second track you want to submit? Cool. So let's go in the order. So I'm gonna go for the people that are here. I know OJ. I always get to OJ's stuff. So we'll do Rubik's was here. Rubik's is here currently. So we'll do Rubik's first. We will do Rubik's first. So since Rubik's was first on the queue that I have, I have Rubik's for the people that said things. It's Rubik's. Then I have Zorg. Do I have your submission in here? Unless Zorg submitted last week. Hey, Zorg, I don't think I have a submission for you for this week. Let me see. Yeah, Zorg, do you mind checking the submission? Because I don't see yours this week unless you submitted under another name. And then, so... Okay, cool. So we'll do Rubik's. So this is Homicide Demo by Rubik's. Let's run it.
You ready to drop this shit like this, man? Y'all check this dope shit out.
Oh, the recollect. Okay, I got you. I have it. Let's go. That was Homicide Demo by Rubik's.
This was a certified banger.
cool track. Yeah, we got that Memphis funk stuff going on. Yeah, the Memphis sound. You put me on, dude, to the Memphis sound. Because when I first heard records in that sound, I was like, oh my God, that's Rubik's! I was like, oh my goodness. I just finished V5 right now, so Rubik's is actively working on this. So, love the composition, love the speed ups and everything. I think the main thing here is in the mixing. So, yeah, the drums, I want some more knockage. It feels like there's a bit of this, like, almost like close, like, I would like some more knockage out of some of these drums, and I feel like that would be, oh wow, my cat's running towards me. Hello. Yeah, oh dude, I know, yes, I know it's fixed. Okay, that's fine. So, but composition-wise, I love it, dude. I think it's just that, and then he's like, yes, they're knocking trust. Let's go. Hell yeah, Rubik's. Absolute legend. I'm excited. He's like, bro, trust me. He's like, let me tell you, these drums.
Supreme knockage.
He's like, I got them bitches knocking this time around. Let's go. He's like, this will be on all plats though. Let's go. Congrats, dude. I'm excited. Awesome. I mean, that's all I got, dude. Like, it sounded great compositionally speaking. Like, I think, as you were saying, like, the drums, you're like, dude, I solved that shit. Trust me. I heard the same thing. I was like, damn, that shit ain't knocking as much as I want it to be. But it's gonna be on all platforms! Dr. Indy, what's going on? I know we did. So Bobby did answer. So we are going to switch back to the donation submissions from Anonymous Pros. So he said for me to do this certification of banger. Oh yeah! Let's see. So we gonna go back to that. So let me pull up. Dude stuff, and I'm gonna message him so he knows. I was like, we are reviewing it now, so he knows that we're up to date now. Hold on. I'll let you know. You can, if you press live on the screen, it will take you to the live feed if you are behind. Even Corey's cat knows when bangers are happening. Yeah, like every single one of them, they know. So I think they said to go downtown. They said downtown. I think they said we didn't quite get the mix nailed on those, but feel free to play Knock It Off or Downtown. So which one? I'm feeling Knock It Off or Downtown. Which one do you guys think? Knock It Off or Downtown? Which one we feeling? I don't know. Ooh, that's tough. Knock It Off or Downtown? Which one we feeling? Oh yeah. I always feel honored. Like, sometimes people sample my voice and I feel like so honored. I know Rubik's has done it before and I feel, oh, okay, awesome. You're back at it, let's go. Okay, Downtown seems like, all right, Downtown seems like Certified Hood Classic and seems like Friday Night Vibe. All right, let's get it. Convinced. Didn't take much.
Give me the headphones. Saw you shake that body, what's up? I know I had to meet you, got your number, about to hook up. I wanna watch it back up, get the dawn and pour the liquor. Hold up your hair, you threw up, but this just the start, so sit up. We got some more to drink up. To me, we'll live in a place we call downtown. Wander the streets, then we cross town. Drinks in the club, serve at sundown. Throw up a toast for me, brings out the most of me. Once it begins, there's no slow down. We on the way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. What's up? to me. We'll live in a place we call downtown. Uber ride through the whole town. Order around at the first lounge. Throw up a toast for me, brings out the most of me. Once it begins, there's no slow down. We on our way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. Hop in the V, then we out to the scene. We pulling up 25D, got the supercars and we got no AMGs. Shorty bad in the passenger seat, then we cutting up fast in the big NYC. Ever heard of the big QE? Blowing red flashing lights, it's the NYPD. Shift to gear, we got places to be. Whoa. Whiskey, tequila, the gin and the rum and some more. Vision is blurry, we just can't start it, let's go. Bills in the air, we got money to spare. Throw a punch with a daylight and girl barking, they're turning up. I don't care, picking bet around here for sure. You shake that body, what's up? I know I had to meet you, got your number, about to hook up. I wanna watch it back up, get the dawn and pour the liquor. Hold up your hair, you threw up, but this just the start, so sit up. We got some more to drink up. To me, we'll live in a place we call downtown. Wander the streets, then we cross town. Drinks in the club, serve at sundown. Throw up a toast for me, brings out the most of me. Once it begins, there's no slow down. We on the way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. What's up to me? We'll live in a place we call downtown. Uber ride through the whole town. Order around at the first lounge. Throw up a toast for me, brings out the most of me. Once it begins, there's no slow down. We on our way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. Down off the round, think I'm in 12 shots. I'm in for one hell of a night, but there's something about this that feels just right. Drowsy and falling and tipsy tonight. Those are superior, fearless mirror, hyper exterior. Set up the barrier, built like a warrior, never inferior. I am invincible, Scarface but deadlier, whoa. Whiskey, tequila, the gin and the rum and some more. Vision is blurry, we just can't start it, let's go. Bills in the air, we got money to spare. Throw a punch with a daylight and girl barking, they're turning up. I don't care, picking bet around here for sure. You shake that body, what's up? I know I had to meet you, got your number, about to hook up. I wanna watch it back up, get the dawn and pour the liquor. Hold up your hair, you threw up, but this just the start, so sit up. We got some more to drink up. To me, we'll live in a place we call downtown. Wander the streets, then we cross town. Drinks in the club, serve at sundown. Throw up a toast for me, brings out the most of me. Once it begins, there's no slow down. We on the way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. What's up to me?
That was Downtown! I would like to think that
This was a certified banger.
I would like to think that like we were all just quietly listening to the song, and then all of a sudden Neshka comes out of nowhere, and it was just like, this is amazing! I would like to think that. But that was Anonymous Pros. That was awesome. That was amazing. I would like to think that Neshka, that's what happened. That's what happened. We were all like, I feel like we were like, like in a movie theater. Everybody was like, we were watching Downtown, the music video for Anonymous Pros, and we're all sitting down eating our popcorns, being all quiet and shit. And we're like at the library, like we all had our doing homework, doing our lab, like on our laptops, all to ourselves. And Neshka's just like, that was awesome. I loved it. And everyone's just like looking at her like, what are you doing? It's quiet time. I was like, no, you're good, dude. The overall check was absolutely fun. That's my own experience by burping by Burger King. Damn, dude. Yeah, it's shameful. It's okay, Neshka. Or like, you know how like sometimes people like when they I think of this one. I don't know why. There's like this Drake clip that blew up years ago. I think it was like to what song was it? I think it was God's Plan. And it was like a bunch of people in the front row that didn't know the lyrics. And then everyone was like jamming out to the camera that was moving. You know, those like how they move the camera of the front row. And then there was this guy who was just like, God's plan. And it wasn't the time yet in the song. It went to there's like a fake out in the song. Like there's a fake out in the song. Like wait, hold on. There's a fake out in the song because it goes to like a lot of things, and they wish. Like it instead of it going to the hook, God's plan again, it goes to a different part, and he like screamed out like God planned so confidently, and you're just like, oh. It's iconic, honestly. It reminds me of that. Lesson, never take an elevator during a live stream. Oh no. Oh no. It's okay. It's okay, dude. No, but overall, really cool record. I love the 6/8 feel, the triplet kind of thing, and you kind of have this swung feel to it. You're doing this kind of like da 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 da, doing this kind of chord note and quarter note, eighth note, triplet kind of thing you got going on there, which is really nice. It's triplet eighths, but you group two of them together in the beginning, so it's like ba 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 ba.
In all amounts.
I went to a different. Oops.
At your number, about to hook up. I wanna watch it back up, get the dawn and pour the liquor. Hold up your hair, you threw up.
Yeah, the bass is definitely knocking. There's no
To me, we'll live in a place we call downtown. Uber right through the whole town.
whole town. So what I would say as far as critiques go for this, so the first thing I think, like, first off, mixing, I really like where the vocals are sitting. The vocal stacks sound really tight together, which is nice. The bass is knocking, the drums are super up front, which is good. What I would say as far as critiques goes, be careful of the timing. And one thing that's really hard to nail is the timing, especially when there's a section of a track where there's no drums in it. So when there's this part of the track where it happens twice, where there's just a Reese bass that comes in. Let's see, where is it?
The scene. We got places to be. We got money to spare, throw
Right here.
the tequila, the gin, and the rum and some more. Vision is blurry, we just can't start it. Let's go.
It's a little bit rushed.
Bills in the air, we got money to spare, throw a punch with a daylight and girl barking there.
Now
Turning
we're
up,
really
I don't care,
rushed
pick
here.
a bet around here for sure. You shake that body.
Like it starts to get really rushed there. So you have to, like, one thing that I always suggest for artists to do is when you have a piece of a track like that where it's more empty, the instrumental, and there's no drums going on, sometimes the best bet to do it is do it to a click track, so you have that that subdivision, because it's not there in the instrumental. It's not immediately apparent, so it can be hard to keep time during sections like that. Or what I do is also, there's a section of the track like where the drums are, so record it over, like, for example, like another section of the track where the drums are, and then just shift the vocals over to a section if it makes it a lot easier to keep the timing. Like and yeah, that's what I would recommend doing. Record everything. That's literally what that's funny. Yeah, then transfer the exactly, literally exactly. Yeah, nailed it. Yes, I highly recommend it. Hell yeah. I clicked the page, but the page is blank. Dude, try what I would say. Dude, try, if you have a Google. Sometimes it's weird if you have like if you sign into like a Google, if you have like a Gmail on like a different tab and then refresh the page, it should work. If it's doing that to you, it should be fine. If not, worst case scenario, you could DM me on Discord. If you have Discord, that, like, you could DM me and I'll get the track there. So that's best bet. Really great idea. Yeah, like, that's the best way to do it, because it's really, instead of like making it more difficult for yourself to like get the timing, like, because it's hard to get the timing for those sections because there's no like subdivision of the beat. You ever see those challenges where drummers they basically, like, essentially, like, you have to like keep the beat going and then they take off the metronome and the drummer keeps going to try to keep the beat going, and then it comes back in like 10 bars later to see how close they were. Like, it's really hard without a reference point. Even like professional musicians struggle with that sometimes. So, like, people who, not saying you're not a professional musician, but like people who are like, for example, like a drummer, like a drummers are like their whole point is like stay on the tempo and everyone follows the drums, you know? But so that's, yeah, I would recommend doing that. What else?
Hey, what's up? I know I had to meet you, got your number, about to hook up. I wanna watch it back up, get the dawn. How it goes down, what's up to me? We'll live live in a place we go downtown. Uber right through the whole town. Order around at the first lounge. Throw up a toast for me, brings out the most in me. Once it begins, there's no slow down. We on our way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. Ran off the round, think I'm in 12 shots. I'm in for one hell of a night, but there's something about this that feels just right. Drowsy and falling and tipsy tonight. Those are superior, featherless mirror, hyper exterior. Set up the
I feel like for the verses, like
vision is blurry. We just can't start enough fast and the big. I'm
like I would like if you mess around more with your range in the verses, because it's very sits in the like this triplet kind of like it maintains this like.
Ever heard of the big QE blowing rap flashing lights to stand NYPD? Shift the gear, we got places to be. Whoa. Wasted tequila, the gin and the rum and some more. Vision is blurry, we just getting started. Let's go. Let's go. Bills in the air, we got money to spare. Throw a punch with a daylight and go.
You're like, I would like, so if you like mess around with the melody, would I feel like would give it a breath of fresh air, because it feels like you're relying a bit on this melodic idea a bit too much. I know you do eventually go to the 4.
We on our way to a showdown. Show everyone how it goes down. Hop in the feet and we out.
Go down. And another thing is like in the track, I feel like the instrumental itself too, because it's in the key of what is it? It's in E flat minor, right?
To the scene. Give me the headphones. So you shake that body.
So the whole song, you have this chord progression where you're like. Then you got like. So changing up the chord like somewhere so it's not the same chords the whole song would give you a lot more room to change your melodic ideas in the hook instead of it just being like you could even. And then you can go back. And then you go back to your. It would give it a lot more variety. Yeah! Someone is not sure. Hell yeah, dude. You send me that and we will write to it tonight. Showing us No Lives how to play piano. Dude, I don't even know how to play like that, dude. I just know theory, man. I swear. Piano's not even my main instrument, dude. I main the guitar. Send me that, dude. Go ahead. You can chop it up, dude. The live stream stays up on the channel. I probably wouldn't even be able to tell you what I did. I just played your song, man. I just added I added another section to it where I just went, instead of going from the 1, and then you're technically still on the 1 chord, but you're inverting it. So you're doing the 1 chord, E flat, and then you're doing the 3 chord, I guess. and then you go to 6, which is, and then you go to 5. So you're really 1, 3, 6, 5, but it's really 1, 1, but except it's first inversion, 1 chord, and then you go 1, which is the 6th chord, and then but what I did was I made a section where I did the 1, so I went to 1, 1, and I just go down. That's really all I did. So you can have fun with that. You literally just cut it up. If you find the live stream in post, just cut the piano up that I did. Have fun with it. But that's what I would recommend. I promise you, because it would give you so much more melodic ideas, dude. It would help with, a lot of the times with a lot of rap instrumentals, I find is it can be difficult to be able to make interesting melodies sometimes, because it a lot of times it's like a sample that doesn't really change throughout the song, and it kind of gets looped. And don't get me wrong, I love me a good loop going on, but sometimes when you're doing more melodic stuff like this, it kind of boxes you in a little bit, so that you don't really have enough. If you wanted to do a cooler melody at some point, if you wanted to go higher in your range, you kind of stuck with it. You know what I'm saying? So I always recommend people don't be afraid to change a section drastically like that. So have fun with it. That's really all I got. Thank you. Upload a new one. Hell yeah. YouTube be roasting shit. The old days of YouTube where they promoted everything got uploaded. These days it's a money hug. Yeah, for real. But yeah, that's all I got. Thank you so much. No, I appreciate you, dude. Thank you for coming through, man. I hope that's helpful, man. I love doing these things, dude. These things are a lot of fun for me. So let's get to the list of people's stuff we got going on. So I'm going in order. We got Zorg. So let's get to Zorg's real quick, which is he submitted as the Recollector, which honestly is a badass name, Zorg. We get into the freeze. We get into the free ones. Let's go. It's left with us. So it left us with a wonderful Dusk snippet. He said, start at 1:30, stop at I got you, dude. So he said, start right here. There we go. Let's run it. How cool. We got, that was Zorg, the Recollector. It left us with a wonderful Dusk snippet.
This was a certified banger.
It's like, what's really cool about that was the harmonics started to get louder throughout. It was like this, it was like in between F sharp, I believe. It's like in between F sharp and E, which is super fun. But I'll pretend like it's in here, but you can hear this like, you You can hear this kind of like harmonics doing like the 6 and the 5 going on throughout it, which is really pretty because it kind of has this. It has this like very drone. The drone is kind of like an F sharp that's going on there, but the harmonics gives it these like these really pretty 6 chord kind of like not a 6th chord, but it has like the 6 interval of the scale, the F sharp major scale, which gives it this beautiful kind of harmonics. But it's a vinyl. The way Zorg does it is he does everything like analog, so it's a little bit like sharp. It won't let me shift it to where it is, but it's interesting because you don't hear the 3rd in there, so it's really. Like, listen for it. I know it's a little bit flat what I'm playing compared to it, but like right here. You hear these kind of like. And the vinyl crackle sounds so... I love it. Yeah! Really cool. It's like in a major key. I wonder why it's called a Wonderful Dust, because it's kind of like a major key a little bit in there. Really cool. Thanks, Zorg. Someone said smoke a pound of weed to this. And someone's getting zooted as they listen to this. Real cool stuff. How fun. Awesome. So we go... Thank you so much, Zorg. I hope that's helpful. Damn, keyboard wasn't lit up. I had to turn the backlights on. It was like, oh shit. So we got, next we have, okay, so I'm going to get to, because dude's been here for a while, I'm going to get to Curtain next. So let's get to, let's get to Curtain. Let's run it. Just I Feel So Lost. So by Curtain. Let's hear it. We got drum and bass.
Something about the way you move sticks with me after the sunset. Don't know if this is a moment, but I don't wanna end it. I feel so lost in time. The clock is standing still. I think I'm lost tonight. Tell me, am I real? I feel so lost in time. The clock is standing still. I think I'm lost tonight. Tell me, am I real? Tell me, am I real?
How cool. That was I Feel So Lost by Curtain. Love the vocal takes on that. That shit sounds crazy. Love it.
This was a certified banger.
Drums super knocking. I love the reverb kind of. What's really cool about the reverb is that you use, like, I'm just out of curiosity, what reverb did you use? Because I love the way, because it kind of lingers in this way where it kind of creates this almost drone, in a sense, the way that the reverb kind of sits there. The overall drum kit was like, yeah, drum and bass is so much fun. I haven't made drum and bass like in so long, dude. Convolution, yeah, dude, it sounds so good. I love I love that kind of drone that it creates, and the vocals, like, it sounds super dreamy, and I think you communicate like the lost feeling, because I wanted at the first thing, after first listening, I was like, I really wanted that keys to come in with the vocals, with the drums, but the more I heard, I was like, but the reverb's really filling out that spot for where the keys would be. So I kind of really like the intimacy of the vocals and just the vocals and the drums in that section. And the bass comes in so good. Kind of has this. Is that like a half note delay that you have going on? Correct me if I'm wrong, or is there something? What's going on there? It feels like this. There's like this almost like that's going on there. That's super fun. Oh no, it is on. It's definitely on the grid. Yeah, it feels like there's like a delay or something. No. I mean like delay as in like a. I'm sorry, not like a delay as in it's late, but a delay, but as in like if that makes sense. Like it like more like a tape delay, not like a it's delayed. Sorry, I could have said that. No, because it could be the drums like slightly almost like ducking it out. Like it sounds cool. It's very subtle. It's probably like some sort of like it's something in the reverb that it sounds cool. I'm saying it's like a cool thing that I hear. It's almost like a tremolo, like it's there. It sounds like it's like really cool sounding. It's like I think it's like the reverb drone that you have going on. It creates this kind of like eighth note. Yeah, well, you were like. Not delayed like India. What is that supposed to? Why do you be roasting yourself? Why you be roasting yourself, Indy, like that? You don't gotta do yourself. Let's go! But beautiful production. Love it. Thank you. Hell yeah. No, I thought there was a lot. I won't really have anything to say regarding the mixing. I think the drums knock. I think the vocals, it sounds great. Sounds ready to go to me. He's like, check out the album. That's right. You check out the album. That's right. Lost Forever and Timeless. What is this? Timeless Constraint. Cool. Good from time to time. All in good fun. Dr. Indy roasted me in the Discord chat the other day. I was like, oh shit. No, appreciate you for sticking around, dude. Who's here who hasn't had their track reviewed? Who's here who hasn't had their track reviewed? because we're here at 11. Like, just to go down the list so far, who's still present and alive? What's good? What's good, everybody? Welcome to live. Who's here who hasn't had their track reviewed? I know that you, Dr. Indy, I know you submitted on the Discord, I'm pretty sure. Let's see. Let me read this. Am I totally fine, dude? Let's see. I'm gonna open up your submission here. What's good? I think I posted one. Also, hi. Hell yeah. Let me make sure that I got you. Comics Guy. Hold up. Let me make sure I got you. Comics Guy. What artist name did you submit under? Two others before me. All good. What artist name did you? ADN. Yes, I do have you. Yes. Thank you. You are next. Let's get it. So EM's Electric Mind. Let's hear it.
My chords, my body, my words. Something about a different kind of shoddy you heard. Bring a party to the club next time. Throw the pics, the covers of the old book rhymes. Mine is a thought, my mind is true, just not to you. When I slow down enough, I'll probably be rambunctious too. Tens and twos on the wheel at the stoplight. Ram the van into the car when you drive up next time. What you driving the Benz? Oh, be careful next time. What you want, some Ray-Lans? Baby's gonna call this time. 2020 visions all across the board. The boat's shaking out, put that 40 overboard. You keep laying around saying that you're bored. Grab a bucket and a mop and clean that whole floor. Matter of fact, what's your pension plan? Cause what's wrong with all the people getting to friendships, damn? Are you scared that your loyalty won't cover the cost? Or you mad that the providence of ours is lost? Anytime I read a post, I just get up and slog. My mind gets set on fire, it's a burning of loss. Lost innocence, lost knowledge. Scripting from the bottom in 2020, I lost my mind when my uncle died. So
cool. That's 1 minute 30. Thank you so much for submitting. That was 80 yen. EM Eclectic Mind, not electric. Oh my goodness, wow. Eclectic Mind, sorry. Cool track, dude. I love the, first off, dude, you are snapping on the record. Love the flow of the vocals. I think the instrumentation, I love that kind of like really kind of old school feel with the rim hit. You got the, and it's really cool because it's like, I think the drums are really nicely in the pocket, and so are you. I think the main thing, your 80 yen, is in the mixing. The mixing here, the vocals are so good, but they're so quiet. Why are they so quiet? They're so good, dude. What? And like the vocals are so nicely in the pocket, but they're like, it's like you buried them, man. Like I would love to hear more of this, like more of the vocals in the track, dude, because like it's so quiet. It needs to come up like a good, yeah. I think that's the main thing, is the mixing side of things, Comics dude, is the vocals. One thing that I'll recommend for you, dude, is always when you're doing a track, always find a reference mix. And I know a lot of people like, I know a lot of artists will be like, I don't know what kind of music that is similar to mine or yada yada, which might not be the case for you. But I know a lot of artists are like that. Like, find tracks you like, and then like you like the mix of, and just use them as a reference for where things should be volume wise, and that'll go such a long way. The vocals are a bit thin. I would like some more oomph on the vocals with the low mids. Bring up the vocals probably a good like 6 to 8 decibels. I didn't want to say 6, 7, but now I just did it. 6 to 8 decibels up. And then, yeah, like, because it needs to be brought up, dude. Like, we need to bring them up because I can barely hear what you're saying, dude. So more compression on some compression sauce on the vocals, and I think it'd be go a long way, dude. I think you have a lot of talent. I think the branding's cool too. You drew this, presumably. So you have a lot of talent. I think learning to mix should be one of those next things you tackle, dude, or hire someone to mix, whichever. If you don't feel like learning, there's plenty of engineers out there. And hell yeah, dude, absolute legend. Thank you so much. I hope that's helpful, dude. So I think that's the last one, other than Dr. Indy. I know OJ McBaggins did submit. He was here earlier. I'll play his record. Of course, thank you. I'll play OJ McBaggins' record because he was here. I got you. We got Tom Cruise. Anybody else who's here who hasn't had their track played, let me know now if I rolled your track until, till this upcoming Friday. Let's go. That was Tom Cruise. Let's get it. Cool track, dude. First off, super groovy. Love that sound that we got going on there. I would say this is one of those tracks that you kind of like. It's more of a relaxing type track because it's more of like, it feels more like a loop kind of thing going on here. Yeah, some more punch on that kick drum. I always love hearing OJ McBaggins. Sometimes I put OJ McBaggins' track on as far as the outro, just because I know sometimes he's got to dip out. Dude's got things to do, and it's always fun hearing dude's stuff. So sometimes I'll let it rock at the outro because he just improv stuff, and it's fun. If any of these are on Spotify, let me know so I can add it to the playlist. Yes, says Neshka. Neshka's wondering. I believe I did message you, Brossard 42. I believe I messaged you on Discord. If you just drop the link in the chat, then you should be all set. So, cool. I did 20-ish push-ups today because you showed up. Hey, Dr. Indy. Okay. Does it count if it's not my fault to move it, though? Because last week I did because last week what happened was my class ended up during like on the day. Oh, I got you. Okay, cool. Listen closely. I got you. So what I have, there we go. Sorry, I was getting the link. There we go. So yeah, because my class, it was the day of where they changed the class, because it's usually at like 12:30 or 1 p.m. But during the day, it randomly decided to change it to 7:30. It was 7:30 p.m. that they changed class to, so it wasn't my fault. Of course, we're gonna run it. This is Listen Closely by Brossard. Is that, am I saying that correctly? 42. Let's get it. They do all the time, Dr. Indy, dude. Sometimes, well, this semester's been a lot better, but last semester and the previous semesters, I would get like classes. There was one professor that changed it like 4 times during 1 week. And I would be like waiting in the live, like waiting for him to show up, and he would move the class like hours later, like, and didn't even say anything during, like, he wasn't at the class, like the live Zoom was just like live, and he never joined, and I just sat around for like 30 minutes, like waiting for him to join, for it to never happen, and then find out it was later the day, and then turns out that they scheduled it the next day, and then it was a whole mess. But anywho. This is Listen Closely. Cool. Let's go. So that was Brossard. Let's go. Listen Closely.
This was a certified
So we
banger.
have the, there you go. There we go. There we go. There we go. Oh yeah. What I would say, yeah, the AT2020 is a solid microphone. The overall track, so first things first, love the chords going back and forth from the 1 to the 5 chord to the major 5 in the minor key, so it's in harmonic minor. So we're in E harmonic minor. Oh. Let's go. So, a super fun scale to play. What I would say, as far as like the main thing, I like the reason why I asked about the microphone was I love the stacks. It kind of reminds me a bit almost of like how Panic at the Disco gets really dramatic with their stack of the vocals.
So don't go
Because the vocal presence, like it sounds like the microphone that's being used, like it almost kind of sounds like it's backwards. I like, how do I say it? Like, it could be whatever processing that you're using on the vocals. Maybe you have too much reverb on the vocals itself, or you have it on the vocal channel directly on it. But it kind of gives it sound that like the vocal, like the microphone's back. Like it feels like it doesn't have as much presence as I would like it to, because it feels weirdly back at, like the vocals aren't present in the mix here.
In the crowd, I keep telling myself it's just noise, so don't go freaking out.
Be careful. You hear this? There's like a click here on the beat 1. Hold up real here.
Don't go freaking out.
Be careful when you chop a track, right? In DAWs, you need to when you chop things up and copy paste or certain sections, or even if it's not like copy paste, if you punch in, like you have to always make sure to also crossfade or like fade things in, or else it creates these like clicks. So I'll show you here, like
So don't go freaking out. On my feet on the ground.
yeah, love those. Really cool. Yeah, with reverb, I like that it's a lot of reverb. One thing that I think it's probably, it may not, like, because the microphone is a good mic. Like I do like Audio Technica. I think it's in the mixing. I think it's in the mixing. The way to go about fixing that, if you want a large amount of reverb on something without it sacrificing the clarity of the vocal, I don't know if you're bussing out the reverb, but sometimes what I'll end up doing is I always sidechain the vocals to the reverb. So I'll have like a sidechain compressor or sidechain EQ, like a really nice plugin. Like you could use any compressor that has a sidechain input, but some that are really good for this, in Waves Factory makes something called Track Spacer. I wasn't busting the reverb. I did think about sidechain. Yeah, I would always recommend busting the reverb just because you will get that extra separation. So what I do when I bust the reverb is I always have it 100% wet, the reverb, because then you could dial it in with the fader. And then I'll always put a sidechain after the reverb. And a really good plugin for this, that's, if I wouldn't recommend like spending money if you don't have to, but if you really want a good plugin for something like this that's on the cheaper end of, well, cheaper, it's still a little bit pricey for this, but it's a really good plugin that I used a lot for things like this. If I could spell, would be really cool. It's called Track Spacer, and what it does is it's like an intelligent sidechain. And it's really solid for things like adding shit on reverb without it compromising a lot of the spatial kind of ness of it. It'll give more clarity for the vocals. So for example, check, we'll use let's see. So I have this minus infinity right now. Again, sorry, I don't usually use this as my DAW is not Ableton, my main DAW. So we'll use it on this track here. So what we'll do here, okay, check. I will send this to, let's just pretend like this is a bust out reverb, right? For fun. Let's just have fun with this. So we go, get rid of this. We'll use this as the input, blah, 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 blah. So now you see when I'm talking, right? You'll see that it's intelligently detecting where my vocals are sitting. So what I'm going to do is, oh, hi, kitty. My cat wants attention right now. Vintage verb, ready? I'll throw in a reverb in this. Oh, I'll just throw vintage verb on here because it just sounds good. Check. So let's get this going on to here. Actually, better yet, let me do this as a return track. You're right. I know you didn't say that, but you're right. I believe you. So we're gonna take this. I'll literally just copy or cut technically because I don't need it there. Paste it on here. Boom, 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 boom. Cool. Now we're going to raise this up. Check, 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 check. So we'll do this. Let's see. Just the out. So we'll do check, 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 check. There we go. So let me mute myself. Right. Now my vocal. Hold up. Let's see if I can do this right. Check, 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 check. Check, 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 check. Forgive me because I don't use, let's see, Ableton like that, so forgive me. Let's see, so we're at, I have it here. Okay. So forgive me because I don't use Ableton like that. So it makes 100% side chain. Okay. Now let's see. Check, check, check. Oh, it's because I have this on here too. My bad, guys. This is why. Boom. There we go. Sorry. My bad. All right, so now we're at, it's because I had 2 reverb plugins. I was like, what the hell's going on? So when I do this, there we go. All right, sorry guys. So I'm going to put my vocals back right here. Cool. So let's send it to the reverb now. Check, 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 check. So now you hear my vocals are like encapsulated by a bunch of reverb, right? Sorry, my bad. I use Pro Tools as my main DAW, so Ableton, I like trying to navigate this is like super different. So forgive me. But anywho, so now I have it busted out, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna take this up. So when my vocals are happening, you could still get a lot more of that clarity going on, but notice that the vocals still sound like they're in this huge tunnel that are going on. But the vocals itself now are a lot clearer than if I was to do this and now it gets drowned out entirely by the reverb. See, I just turned it off just now. So now my vocals, if I was like, like, and you can lessen the amount. Less is more with this, but it helps give a lot more clarity in a track, and you can get real drastic with this, as you can see. But yeah, you get the idea. Anywho, sidechain, just a tiny bit of it on there does a lot to just clean up some of the frequency mud that ends up happening. So let me go back to... Sorry, you can hear 2 of me now, and now you should only hear 1. Anywho. We're looking for some kind of back-end delay. It's more or less just pushing it out the way of the... essentially what it does is it carves out just when the vocals are happening. So when the vocals stop, it then goes back to full blast of like the reverb will take up the space again for what it used to be. Instead of if you had like a pre-delay or whatnot, it's going to eventually like just having a slight delay on the reverb. If you're continuously talking, it's going to still interrupt what you're saying. Whereas a sidechain will just duck it out when you're talking and then let it ring out, no matter when you do it, if that makes sense. As opposed to being a part of the vocals, right? It's think of it like it ducks the volume of the reverb when the vocals are present, and when the vocals are no longer singing anymore, it brings the reverb back at full volume. So it basically ducks the reverb out of the way of the vocals every time the vocals happen. So it gives the vocals space to still be present without sacrificing the reverb's large space and clarity of the vocals, if that makes sense. I know I probably could have explained that 20 times better, but that's like the number one trick that I'd use for sidechain the vocals to the reverb. So basically what you're talking about is duck. Yes, it's like ducking, but like the specific frequencies of the vocals. Correct. Exactly. It's like getting the reverb out of the way of the vocals when the vocals are happening. And then when the vocals are done, the reverb comes back and fills out the spaces instead of carving it out with EQ. And I prefer it over EQ because when you carve something with EQ, you lose those frequencies all the time, even though you might want them later on. Like you permanently get rid of those frequencies just permanently, versus sidechain only acts when it needs to act. You know what I'm saying? Like it only acts when the problem's there and leaves it alone when it isn't. But I think the track is really cool. I think it's very creative, the production. I think that so we're using like this solo and ducking all the other instruments. You could use it on the reverb, and sometimes I use it on other stuff too, dude. Like sometimes I'll use it on things like synths or like keys. If things are like, if you feel like something's competing for space with another element, sidechaining is a great tool to get it to move out the way. So another thing that's really common to do is like sidechaining the kick drum to the bass, right? Because they sit very similar frequencies, like the bass, and a bass will sit a lot of the times at like your 60 hertz area or whatever, 60 to 80 hertz area is like the fundamental frequency of like your bass, right? And then you have your kick drum, which typically sits around there with the, you know what I'm saying? And so a one way is when the kick happens, you duck the bass out the way. So the bass is isn't conflicting with the kick. So it creates this like almost like it ducks out the way for the kick. It's the same thing. Or like if you have like a really bright synth and instead of reverb, you have like a really bright, dense, super saw synth that's going on, right? And then you put it on, you sidechain the vocals to it, it'll carve out just where the vocals are. Yeah. So we're using kick drum, we usually signal processing down to 80 to 60 and gated. I personally like the sidechain way to me is a lot more intuitive, because I promise you, like I would definitely give you like, because gating you like isn't necessarily like, because what happens when you gate is you remove it entirely, whereas like sidechaining, it's still there, but it just moves out the way temporarily. Like it doesn't completely get rid of it. So we keep usually signal processing down to 60 and gated. Yeah, that's what I would recommend doing instead of a gate. Like sidechain, I promise you, like if you just like, I'm probably explaining sidechaining very like poorly right now. Sorry, it's been like I've been live for almost 5 hours. So apologies if I'm not giving the best explanation right now. But what I recommend is I would highly recommend finding a video on it. Reed Stefan probably has some great content on that, I would imagine, because Reed Stefan's content is peak. So I would recommend just looking deeper into sidechaining and what you could do with it. And I promise you that that you would do like that. It would be such a great asset for you. Yeah, I just realized I'm doing too much. I'm over here taking it out and trying to pull it back. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, like sidechain, dude, like I promise you, like after this live stream or whenever you're free, like just take a deep dive into sidechaining on YouTube and you will like it will change your mixing life. I promise you, dude. Like sidechaining is so useful. Like you will use it on like literally I stopped a lot of like sidechaining is the reason why I don't cut nearly as much with EQ now. Like because I'm just like I'll just sidechain it, and then like when it's a problem, like it becomes like you'll use it on so much. Gates on toms makes sense. Like gates make sense. I'll explain. Like a gate makes sense when you're trying to filter out a noise in the sound source itself. Like for example, like if you're tracking a drum kit, right? If you're if you're miking up a drum kit and you have a bunch of all these like cymbals and all these other elements that are going on, right? Then it makes sense to use a gate for something like a tom because you're cutting out some of the extra cymbal noise and your other extra elements instead of the tom. So you're trying to separate the tom sound from the, extra noise that's in there. So that makes sense. That's when I would rather the gate instead. That's why we asked phasing next. Phasing is a whole doctrine. Well, so I wouldn't use sidechain in that instance. But yeah, really cool stuff. I thought that was like it's reminiscent of Panic at the Disco to me with the way that you do some of these harmonies and stacks that are really these like dramatic, which is really cool. It's very theatrical, the track. I thought it was a lot of fun. Thank you. Alrighty. So I think we're at Dr. Indie, and then we're wrapping up for today. That's kind of crazy. We do this every Friday. I can't believe we're so close to like 1,000 too. It's like, what?
This was a certified banger.
Who are we? Getting drums in the source. Sounds like it's C for sure. Yeah. Gate and like noise gates for like guitar and whatnot, because like a lot of the time like there's like feedback noise in a guitar when you have distortion on it. So you can gate things like that. Most of my music is very theatrical. I love it. So we got Dr. Indie. Yes, I think it's very creative. So I think we're wrapping up for Dr. Indie for today. So we have Rest the Pillars of Tomorrow, a dark theatrical release, funny enough. All right, let's run it. This is Darkstone Studios. Visual Static music video. That was Dr. Indie. That was the Rest, the Pillars of Tomorrow.
This was a
Absolute
certified
legend.
banger.
Yeah, one thing I appreciate it, Dr. Indie. You got one thing that I would say, like, first off, awesome track. The one thing that I always say is like I never like when it comes to like other review shows, and I don't like doing shade or anything like that, but like I don't like when it's just like, oh, that track was good, or like, oh, I like that track, it was real nice, the drums were cool. Next track up for $20 is like, it's like Bro, that shit's so corny to me. I don't know, man. Especially, no, the worst are when they trash on tracks. Like, I think that's so corny, dude. Like, when people are, especially like when people are very vulnerable and they send music in, and you just don't, everyone's at a different point in their career or like production journey. Some people just started, some people have been doing it for decades. Like, everyone's at a different stage, you know? And I feel like some music review shows are just very like critical, but don't give anything that's actually helpful. You know, I would never do that personally. Like, I've never given a review, and I can say for the years that I've been doing this shit now that I was just like, that track was trash. I've never said that on any track, or make fun of a track or whatnot, and not give actual constructive criticism. So that's always been the goal of mine. Is my goal for these lives is to help artists, because I've been doing this for years, and I really want people to have another, like, a sense of like trust that if they just submit, they're not going to be made fun of. They're not going to be, ridiculed or anything like that for submitting something that's on the early stages of things. But two, to give an extra pair of ears to help people, get the sound or improve on their mixing. So that's really, like, it's always been the main goal of the channel, is to genuinely be a source of a good, reliable source of information. So yeah. So that's basically my motto. I'll never say, oh, this was great, next track, or this track sucked. I'll never do that. So yeah, first off, absolute track number reviews deliver. You deliver quality feedback, let alone ideas. I appreciate it, man. Like, I love, because I genuinely, I hope you guys sense it too, is that I have a passion for this stuff. Like, it's fun for me to, like, music is like, I literally am getting my master's in music business. It's my whole life, literally. So I love doing shit like this. Let's get it. So I really like this kind of, like, this guitar kind of motif, because you're like, of course this isn't really working. Where is it? Bum, bum, bum. You have this kind of chromatic thing.
This was a certified banger.
Oh, that was not the keyboard. That was not the keyboard.
This was a certified banger.
Okay. All right. Okay, now that's doing too much. All right, there we go. That's pretty funny. Yeah, this really cool harmonic kind of. Super fun little motif thing you got going on there with the guitars. The overall drums is super fun. Favorite sort of like Corey going the keys to try to figure out the backstory tonight is the exception, as I do it by accident. We all be tired. Sorry. I actually created my song for my songwriting class in my music business. Really? No way. Wait, where are you going? If you don't mind, where are you going to school for music business? Just out of curiosity. Like, I'd love to know. That'd be crazy if we're going to the same school. Hi, kitty. You don't have to disclose that. It's okay. If you're not comfortable, it's fine. Hi, kitty. Wow. It is the new sample. Yeah. Yes. Wow. The kitty loves it. So. Yeah. So I have to take a break, money and all. No, college of piano, Texas. Hell yeah, dude. I mean, college is expensive, bro. I get it. Shit is expensive. Shit is fucking expensive. Yeah, I go to personally, I go to Berkeley college well, I take the online classes for Berkeley, but it's located in Massachusetts. So I got my little I got a little flag on the wall over here of Berkeley. Yeah, I love the overall swing of the track, and dude, for the music business side of things, man, like learning the production is so useful, man, because it helps you, especially if your goal is to work with artists directly, and I know a lot of people that go into the business side want to work at a record label or be an A&R or something along those lines, and I feel like learning the production side makes it so much easier for you to understand exactly how much time it takes to get things done. And it gives you so useful stuff. Chris bends on the chord, the main riff, bending it by 2 key changes worked out pretty cool. Yeah, because you kind of do this because you bring it up. It's interesting. It kind of reminds me of when you do it kind of has that a little bit of a Latin feel almost to it, yeah. What I would say as far as critiques go for this, I think the drums, I think you could even more on that kick drum, more on that kick. And I would like some more clarity with some of that bass. I feel like the bass isn't cutting through enough. And maybe even having this distorted, having all those angles, business side of things. Yeah. Oh, was this not charging this entire time? I thought it was. Having those business side of things is huge for sure. Yeah. Honestly, the whole business side of things have. Oh yes, Kitty. It will save you so much headaches of dealing with bullshit. I literally, the main reason why I went to go and get my my master's in music business, one is obviously because I run a company, and two is that I was in a bad label situation that fortunately I never signed anything, but I was at a toxic ass label for 3 years, working with artists, not getting paid what I was supposed to, not knowing anything about the business, just to work at a label. And then a bunch of bullshit happened, not getting paid, all that fun stuff led to me figuring out, I was I need to learn the business. So I went to school for business. I know, toxic label at this point, yes. At this point, it's more common knowledge. This is a while ago now, at this point. It's what's the difference, right? Toxic label situation. Yeah, now it's kind of built in with each other, but it is what it is. It's a difference between being an artist at a label and being an engineer at a label, because I wasn't necessarily an artist they were pushing. So the angle of me being there was different than your typical label situation. That makes sense. And it was independent, although they were distributed through Sony. Yeah. So the key in this sounds like a harmonic minor. I forgot what it was called, music theory, but it adds like a chord. It adds the 5. Yeah, no, you're right. It adds like the sharp 5. What it does in the harmonic minor, like for example, you do the C, right? Which what it does, you go from. So you make the third, the fifth chord on the minor scale. You take it from being a minor chord to a major chord, which is what makes it the harmonic minor. Is why it's common. Because like if I was to play that same thing, it would be like. But to me, I always preferred the sound of the. If you did, you have that major third in the fifth chord instead, because then I always love when going to like. Having that like. The major 7 after going to the 5 chord is always so satisfying, dude. So fun. Go to review Dancing Monkeys. Yeah, dude. Hell yeah. The video goes real cool with the music. Yeah, dude, it really does. Dr. D has a lot of fun. Quick comment, leave a like for me. I got you, dude. I'm gonna be like, oh, it won't even. I forgot because I'm on the manager account. It won't let me like, but I'll comment. Woo! Yeah. Help the algorithm. I got you, bro. All right. Well, this has been awesome, guys. As per usual, you guys are super awesome. Thank you all for joining us today on a Friday. We do these every Friday. Oh my goodness, my hair is looking crazy as hell, but honestly, that's pretty normal. So everybody, we do these lives every Friday. So be sure to come through, join the Discord server. It's free to join, and that's where I always post the live form. So usually about like a few days before the live stream, I'll post the forms up so you guys could submit and be the first ones. So you guys already have your tracks in the queue, ready to go. So when I load up the live stream next time, you don't have to wait nearly as long for your tracks. So
get in the Discord server, it's free.
Anywho, yeah, I'm going to go and do my homework now we're at almost 12 in the morning. So thank you everyone for joining us today. It's always a pleasure doing these live streams, getting to know you guys, new people that have been here for a while, people who've never even been on YouTube before. Fuck it. You guys are the bomb, for real. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Don't work too hard unless it's on your music, and I will catch you guys on Friday. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, boy! I might be still on. Might be still on. Appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. I can't gamble on my points. Sorry, the bot doesn't work. But next time.
Alright, good night, guys. Bye!
Secret message.
your time, pedal to the floor. You don't wanna red light. You just wanna green light. She don't believe there's no one for her. She's got big plans, take off after her shift is over. Just for the picture show, drip then go. Only speak cash, that dollar. Only dinero if you wanna holla.